attend tonight, by the way.
Me.
Oh, yes, you are. Okay, I might step out for just 5 minutes in the lobby with the
Youth council.
council when they all leave for a second. But it'll just
I
be,
know.
no pressure,
We
no
will now
pressure.
turn the time over to
When
Lincoln.
she asked that, I thought, never looked,
You're like, look away, deer in the headlights. Right? We have a quorum, so we can get started. All right.
Kind of a nice reminder.
Adam, did Jake say he was going to miss for any reason tonight? Okay, so we'll need to go ahead and start. We have a quorum, so we can. That's Steve. Jake. Is Steve going to listen in or? Perfect. Okay, and we'll go ahead and get started. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. We have a quorum. We have Councilmember Steve Stewart is convalescing from surgery, and then Councilmember Hoyt is going to join us shortly. But we have 3 council members here, so we have a quorum. We can get started. We'd like to welcome all of you here tonight. It's always so exciting to have a full room, and hopefully no one's ready to have a controversial issue they want to come forward on. This is all happy times, right? Anyway, we always begin our meetings first off. I'd like to introduce myself, Mayor Lundberg. Welcome for those that are here in person, those that are going to watch online. And thank you to the council and our staff that are here that have prepared everything in such good order. I'd like to announce, we're just for the record, this date today, Monday, May 6, 2024, here in the council chambers. And this is the regular session this evening. We are first going to begin with an invocation by Councilmember Cole Hooley, and then we will have a pledge of allegiance by Jace Anderson, our current council youth mayor. We'll go to that point.
Dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for the peace and prosperity we experience here. We're grateful for the sense of community. We ask for thy help tonight to bless us with wisdom and charity so that we can celebrate each other and make decisions that will be in the best interest of our community. And we say that in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jace. You'll notice the red shirts interspersed around are our current youth council. We're so proud of them, and tonight we're going to be presenting them with their certificates for the year. But we will now have our call to order, and I'll start here on my left.
Van Broderick, present.
Cole Hooley, present.
Carolyn Lundberg, present.
Lincoln Jacobs, present.
All right, and then we've already noted our other 2 council members. We are very thrilled to have some of our officers here tonight. Our chief, Brower, just the finest department we could ever hope and wish for. We're so grateful for all of you here and his leadership. So we're going to first have a ceremonial swearing in of Officer Brandon Jameson, who is recently joining our PD.
All right, Brandon, come on up. So Mayor and Council, I'm going to introduce you to Brandon Jameson, who officially graduated the Post Law Enforcement Academy and became certified. The rest of our, many members of our department here to support him as well. We've kind of taken the new guy on under our wing, and he's doing well. He's humble. He's learning quickly. We're excited to have him. He comes to us with some experience in loss prevention, through Walmart, so he took a little bit of a pay cut to join us, but we're excited to have him. I want him to introduce those with him today, and then we'll have Maddie pin his badge after this one.
This is Maddie Cole. She's my girlfriend. We've been dating for a bit. It's pretty awesome. She doesn't stab me too hard. This is her father, Brian Cole, and brother Nathan Cole.
So we'll have Maddie come on up, we'll have you go right up there and be sworn in, and then when you're sworn in, we'll.
All right, so if you put your right hand up and then repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Brandon Jameson,
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will discharge the duties
that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Congratulations.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, real quickly.
Absolutely.
Due to yesterday's events, we're obviously we're all heartbroken to lose one of our own in this profession, and it makes us realize what we do the job for. Today, we saw a lot of that yesterday and today. I just want to thank the community. Several of us were up on the overpass as community members come up, and they've stopped by and given us hugs. And it's a tough career, but I wouldn't rather be anywhere else than working with this group of men and women. So thank you for the opportunity.
We appreciate you. We love our officers in blue. We support you, and you guys are the first line of defense. As wonderful as our community is, if all of you knew just what is lurking, even crossing into Lindon City on the daily, that these guys are stopping in their tracks, you would be astounded. So we are just so very blessed and so very lucky for what they do and what they handle. And we love our PD. Thank you so much, and we're welcome to the team. All right, we now are going to recognize our outgoing youth council. These are young people in the community that serve from May to about May of each year. And we're so proud of them. They come in, they take care of, they learn all about city government. They interact with all the different departments in the city. They do a lot of service through the year. They get to help with a lot of the city events. And we hope that they're learning a love of country, a love of their civic engagement, and that they can make a difference and inspire others and learn some leadership and skills. So I'm so proud of them. Steve Stewart is so sorry he cannot be here tonight. He is our council member who is the lead advisor on the council. And then I'd like to recognize our other two advisors, LaDawn Edwards. Go ahead and stand, LaDawn, and Kim Lloyd. Kim Lloyd and LaDawn. So come on up. If you guys could come up with me here, we're going to go ahead and pass these out to our current youth council for just a quick minute. And if you guys would come up, we're going to have you all come up here and stand here as well as I call your name, and then we'll have our new youth council. So we have Jace Anderson. I'll just have you try to read them out mountaintop. Yeah. If you guys would come up on the back. So go ahead and read those out loud.
Katie Henderson, Ariana, Jocelyn, and Isabel, Ivana, and Easton, Connor, and Charity, and Braxton. Yay, you guys are all good. That's so cool.
All right, guys. Okay, so this is our current team, and some of them are coming
activities was all the Lindon City Day stuff, and that was really actually super fun. Like the boat regatta and all that stuff. I mean, we didn't really know each other, most of us on the council, so we all got together and we won because we're the best. And so,
Defending championships, you guys, no pressure.
so, I mean, that was definitely fun. And the trip up to the Capitol, of course, just to spend time with everyone and see how our government works.
Yeah, and we also did a lot of mock meetings where I got to tell people to be quiet. It was really fun.
You didn't have a gavel. You didn't get to
I didn't have a gavel, so I just had to turn on the mic and say, hey.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, anyway, anything else you wanted to share, Jace?
Nope.
Okay. Anyone else want to share a highlight from the year? Okay. Awesome. So we're going to now announce our incoming youth council, and we'd love to have you guys kind of come up here up front, and we'll get a picture with our city council. So we have Max Hall. Come on up, Max. And Katie Hine. Wesley Carter. Ruby Dunn. It's Ruby here, and Morgan Stone. All right. Laura Roberts. Kennedy Lloyd. Avonlea Merrill, Nicole Bliss, Natalie Doxey, Zoe Butler, Benna Orm, Lou Karsten, did I miss anybody? Sorry. Isabel, yeah, so and some of you are coming back to repeat, so. Did I get all of our new council members? Okay, if we could all switch in, you're gonna become really good friends this year. Okay. Where's your brother?
If you like stagger,
And Vincent Abachi, come on up, Vincent, yes.
stagger ourselves.
Okay, so come on in.
No, there's no stagger.
There's.
No, then you're staring at the wall.
All right.
Sticking up over there.
I'd invite the council to do a picture with them, but I think it's a little crowded. We thank you guys for your year of service, and those that are going to be joining us this next year. We're going to invite you now and your parents to do a quick little orientation in the lobby with the advisors, and a little quick Q&A, and then you'll head off. They're going to do a service project with our Public Works Director, Juan, over here over at the cemetery to plant around the monument for our memorial program. So we're super excited. We hope to see all of you at our Memorial Day program on Monday, May 27th at 9 a.m. These guys are going to be part of that program, and we're excited to have you for the year. Thank you again. Let's give them a round of
Before you
applause.
wander
Yes.
off, can I just share a thought?
Yes.
I was involved in student government in high school. We met with other schools and we did other things and we made goals and objectives. A few weeks ago, we had the opportunity as a city council to go and participate in the Utah Cities Leagues and Towns. It's all the city leaders and administrators and staff from all the state of Utah. And I sat there and I listened and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm in high school again. Right? You had the person who was really outspoken, who was rah, rah, rah. It wasn't that bad part of high school. But what I mean to say is it was that student government from high school that now, 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40 years later, I was with that same group. What I mean to say is thank you for your service, for you that have served so far. Thank you for your willingness to serve, for those of you that are going to serve for next year. And this is real. Before long, you're going to be sitting up here making real decisions with real money, doing your best to help the community work together in peace and togetherness. This is real. Thank you very, very much.
If you all take your seats, you're welcome to take your seats with your parents for just a quick minute. Mr. Cowie, you'll get to know him really well. He's our city administrator. And then we've got our Mr. Fun, and I call him our candy man, our Parks and Rec director, Heath Bateman. He puts on all our fantastic city events, and you'll meet Juan tonight. And then our city attorney over here. He is gonna, Mr. Brian Hawes, he will be introducing at our first meeting some of our civic stuff, and then our planning director, community development director, Michael Florence, you'll interact with him. And then Brittany Laidler, she's our official staff helper, city recorder, she'll be with us a lot too. And then of course our council members, Van Broderick, Cole Hooley, Lincoln Jacobs, who just gave you those wise words of wisdom. So, and then Mr. Cowie here, I just wanted, before you all go, there's one young person we have something in our community called Lindon Cares that was started recently under our Parks and Rec. And this is a coalition trying to bring together different resources and helps to prevent, bad behaviors or things that lead to difficulties in families and in the communities. So there's a lot of resources. There's teen coping skills classes, there's parenting classes, anti-vaping, etc. And so they're always trying to help the youth in our community and helping families be stronger. And part of that initiative has what's called a youth spotlight. And this last week, there's a young woman, I don't know if you've heard of her, she was in national news this week, Gracelyn Wilkinson. She was tragically electrocuted about 6 years ago, and she has struggled for a very long time with her health, trying to overcome that, and she's now on hospice. And so she was not able to come tonight, but Mr. Hooley, Councilmember Hooley, and I had the honor to present with her our youth spotlight through the Lindon Cares. She has become an inspiration to many for her courage, and she's so upbeat even though she's facing significant challenges and may not be with us much longer. And she recently put out an album kind of sharing her light to the world, and it's been at the top of the downloads on Spotify and Apple Music. So kind of a bucket list for her in her life. And so because she wasn't able to be here tonight, we just wanted to highlight her. So thank you to all of you youth. You are all an inspiration to us. It's just such a pleasure. We're looking forward to working with you. So thank you again, and we'll have you head out to the lobby and head to your first service project. Thank you so much, and get to know some of our friends in the current council. All right, moving forward, we're going to now go to item number 3. This is our open session for public comment. For any items that someone would like to address the council that are not currently on our agenda for tonight, we would welcome anyone to come forward.
Nothing super official here. Can I hold this up?
Yes, please state your name.
Okay, I'm Sam Papke, and I am on Mike Kennedy's campaign team. And so I mostly just want to connect with y'all after and make sure that we're connected and serving as a resource and a representative of the community. But great to meet all of you, and it was fun to see all the new youth that are going to be involved.
Yeah.
That's
All
it.
right, thank you. Yes, Senator Kennedy, I just went to the UCRW candidate debate that was held today. So he's met with us before as our representative, so we really appreciate him. Thank you. All right, on to item number 4. This is council reports. And Lincoln, are you ready to kick that off?
I'm happy to. Seems like it's been forever since we met. I was going over notes and it's like, didn't I already talk about this? But I didn't. So I had some good meetings with Parks and Rec. I thought it's interesting as our pool gets ready to open. There were two bills that were passed this last year, 253, HB 253 and HB 257, both dealing with transgender issues in bathrooms and locker rooms. And so we as a city have got to address some of those issues. I think we've been working with Brian to make sure that we take those into account. But our pool locker room is, going to fall subject to that legislation that was passed, and we need to make sure that we're doing the right things for the meeting the state legislation. They've just been discussing a little bit about the parade. It needs to change this year. The route needs to change. They've looked at some routes that are all on the west side. I think some of these things will be significant to citizens who have been accustomed to that traditional parade route. But with some of the construction issues and people wanting to extend that parade, there will be some changes to our parade route. So I want to make you aware of that. In our planning commission, I attended a couple planning commission meetings. There is a chapel by the Creekside Park, and it needs to have some roofing issues addressed. I don't know if it's just timely repairs and such. But because of that, every time the church touches any buildings, they always do a seismic analysis. And it has 3-pole steeple, right? Mm-hmm. Some churches would have those 3 poles. Yeah. Those aren't seismically safe. If an earthquake were to happen, that would tip over and hit the church. So this is just all cascading into this, and this. So they need to put a new steeple on there. Putting a new steeple on there doesn't fit the height that the church would like to have. That doesn't fit perfectly within our ordinances. Mm-hmm. Now there is accommodations for the planning commission to say, under these circumstances, a building can be taller than this, that, and the other. But it created a bit of a contentious planning commission. There were some citizens that were really frustrated with the height. I feel the planning commission made the right decision. It is our community. Not just for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, for other churches to have steeples that are that high. And it did pass, despite some of the contention that was felt in that room. But it would definitely be worthwhile, I feel that it would be worthwhile, for us to address that in our ordinances so that it's very clear. It doesn't put the pressure on the Planning Commission to approve an exception. That would be really good for us to have that updated. As part of that, Jim Robach was from JSR Services. He's been contracted by the church to do these changes. He presented some of the renditions and stuff. He had an enormous compliment to our city and to our staff. He said, I could not believe that you started with a pledge and a prayer. He goes to different cities, he presents to different cities, and he said, that just doesn't happen anymore. That was such a nice thing to see and to be a part of. He also talked about our staff themselves saying, when we proposed the first height that fit the ordinances, he said, I went back to the church and they said, no, we really want it to be this height. And I said, well, that's going to take us possibly months, as I've dealt with other cities. He said, I submitted it to your city, and within just a couple of weeks, he said, I just can't believe how fast it's going, which is a huge compliment to Mike and his team and everybody involved in our staff. It's great to be a part of a city that has the ability to respond like that and serve that well. Also did some North Point solid waste meetings. Neil Schwindeman, who is the district, the district director, manager? I forget, sorry. Met with he and Mayor and Adam regarding the North Point solid waste future expansion plans, the role they play with our city and citizens, benefits they give us. Also some of the land that they own at the Vineyard Connector. We had a great discussion and a great meeting. That same day, Dry Creek Transfer Station had an open house. They're a brand new state-of-the-art transfer station, opened up in Spanish Fork. It was great to go through there and to see everything that they've got, the latest and greatest, to help deal with hazardous waste, to help move the volume through and everything. It was really cool to see. Most impressed there was they had an education center that overlooked the entire floor where they call it the tipping floor, all the dumping goes on. I was impressed because I love our Lindon City Youth Council. I love to see that education center. Our future depends on our young people becoming informed, educated, and learning what it really means when you dump something in the garbage can or when you flush a toilet. I learned a lot from Juan, and I appreciate learning all of that. One question that I had is I've on occasion had residents that come up to me and say, how do I get an item on the agenda? I read some other cities that have it very clear whether they need to get signatures, this, that, or the other. I know I've seen stuff get on the agenda when we did the street naming, Templeview Road, Drive, whatever it's called. Stephen Ehat did some presentation. I know he got something on the agenda, but I'm not very clear. Maybe that's my own fault, but I would hope that we have something on the city that's very clear where somebody can get something on the agenda and have the city council vote on something that enough citizens are very interested in. That's all that I have.
Adam,
To answer your question, so tonight we actually have an agenda item for the policies and procedures manual, and at the very beginning of that, we have processes for how to get something on the agenda. So we'll look at that tonight.
And I know that because I read that. How did I miss that?
good.
Thanks, Adam.
Go ahead, Cole.
Okay. For the trees board, we had a lovely Arbor Day celebration. Excellent. Heath, correct me if I'm wrong. Right now, it sounds like the tree board's selected a Lindon tree to be our centennial tree, which is apropos to our heritage here. And also, there's a request, and this might go into the land of needing to be an agenda item for another day, to go through whatever process to see if we can change this upper city center park, this part of the park up here, to change the name. Another name that came up was Heritage Park, and call the pavilion Heritage Pavilion. Just change it so it could be its own thing instead of just go up the hill as it currently is. So if we could, I don't know what the process would be for that, but that was a request from that group. And then with trees and centennial celebration kind of combined, June 5th from 1 to 3 is the summer kickoff, and it will be at Friar Park. Lots of really fun things going on there for the whole family. Let's see, there's like a foam machines and games and treats. It'll be a blast. So invite everyone to participate there. The CTC had a really successful wellness fair and a collaboration to have a workshop at Timpanogos High School for parents and tech. And the Historic Commission, they're doing great with the scavenger hunt. That's the word I was looking for. The scavenger hunt they're putting together, and some other big things for the centennial year. So lots of great stuff.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm surprised nobody else mentioned this, but since we've last met, we attended Utah League of Cities and Towns, the convention down there. Always very helpful. One of the things I guess that I probably took from that, and maybe something we want to pass along to like building and such, with data that helps us respond to state requests before they become mandates and new laws without being burdensome. And I know sometimes those requests, and even Utah League of Cities and Towns requests for information, can be very burdensome to put together. But I know, as we're going to talk about later, the building inspection, and that sometimes legislation, this is what I took from the Utah League of Cities and Towns, sometimes legislation comes because of an isolated incident or two without really looking at all of the data. And so one off experience gets into the right ear, and then pretty soon we have new legislation that we have to deal with that may or may not be warranted. But I guess my point would be, like, just in how quickly do we respond to building permit inspections, and I know what our report says. That's very helpful to know. If we are part of the problem, that we're looking at our systems for whatever it might be to make sure we're being helpful to our residents. And then we can provide that information to let other people know, hey, we are doing what we should be doing, and so that new legislation doesn't come. And Brittany, you'll make that look really good in the notes for next week's agenda. And then we had a cemetery meeting looking at that, planning attended with Mr. Cowie.
is what I referred to him tonight, and the mayor. So you're gonna see some proposals coming on the expansion and some options there. But just know that that's coming. You may wanna go visit a cemetery or two. I did that today to see what Orem was doing with their, some of their options that they have and what they're planning. But know that that's coming. That'll be a future council agenda item on how we deal with that. And so you'll get more information. If you want to talk to me before then, you're welcome to, but that'll be coming soon as EDA, a land planning company, has been providing proposals.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Just to add to that, I know Jake probably would be reporting the chamber, Lindon Pleasant Grove Chamber had a service project over in Pleasant Grove at Discovery Park. And then also, thank you for that.
Mayor, can you hear me, Mayor?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, Jake. I didn't want to step on you.
Well, sorry, I snuck in, and I apologize that I got to be here digitally today. I appreciate everyone talking loudly into their microphones, and Adam's reminded us to do that so many times, but it really does make a difference, so I appreciate that. Are you all right, Mayor, if I go forward with my
Please, yes,
report
please
today?
do.
It's been very busy with a lot of phone calls on the school district. Nova graduation at Timpanogos Academy was awesome. I appreciate Curtis Campbell, all he does for the Nova program. Arbor Day celebration was wonderful. Appreciate all those who participated there. Reminder to put in any trees that you've planted as we try to hit our 1,000 tree initiative. I was able to scan the QR code and plug in 3 trees that we planted this past weekend at that Arbor Day celebration. So appreciate everyone's efforts there.
Jake's family cleaned up on prizes too.
Yes, we did. We appreciate that. That's a lot of fun. PD, May 14th from 6 to 8 is our it's our annual awards banquet for the police department. So make sure you've got that on your calendar, 6 to 8 p.m. at the community center. It is during National Police Week, and we appreciate the invite there and looking forward to that, hanging out with our good police department. Utah League of Cities and Towns, appreciated all I learned there, echoed what Van said. And then last, Heath shot me, is Heath there? Heath could maybe speak quickly to our 100-year celebration donation campaign. I can't, oh, there he is, perfectly. Hey, thanks for helping me with this part of my report. Do you mind just mentioning it, bringing that up really quickly, and then that will conclude my report. I'll be a little bit in and out between the 6 and 6:45 time, but should be on and ready for the rest of the night. But go ahead, Heath.
Thank you, Jake. We just have a little concern about our fundraising efforts for Lindon Days and, for that matter, our centennial. We are at $13,500 with several check-ins with several businesses who have been unresponsive. And I'm just, I asked Jake if he might mention, and I'll mention, if we could get a little bit more leverage and pressure from council members or our good mayor, it might help us, because as of it's sat in the past, we're quite a bit behind. We've heard nothing from some businesses that we would expect that make us a little bit worried, because we don't want you to have to subsidize that whole thing. And our goal is $50,000, which we think it would be great if we could capture. So that was it. If we could get a big ask, or if you could stop by. We haven't heard anything from the auto dealers, doTERRA, a few other places that have been really favorably sponsoring for us in the past.
Is it possible to get a list of who has?
Absolutely.
And then who in the past has but hasn't responded? And if we know anyone in those areas, then we can kind of...
Yeah, I'll send
target them.
you the list of who has. We have several new ones that we didn't even really solicit that are looking for opportunities. And then I'll mark on that especially the ones that we would maybe hope or expect that we haven't heard back. And I'm going on a third round trying to without going to these businesses myself, and which I'll do if I need to, especially if I haven't heard back. But if we could get a couple of big asks from the council members, it would alleviate some of our issues as we're trying to get the pool ready and trying to get spring.
Heath, do you have any in-kind donations that you would welcome besides just financial?
We do. In fact, we have an in-kind for pizza. And they're willing to help in one of our events by bringing pizza. So that's not necessarily cash too, but we do count that as part of a favorable donation in the amount of that. There's really good businesses that have just had, maybe they're a little shy with the economy, but any help we could get, we would appreciate from our elected officials to stand up and say this is legit, and we really could use your help on our centennial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake, anything else on your council report?
Nope, that's it. Thanks so much, Heath.
Okay, wonderful. Just to add to that, really quickly, we had a city breakfast and took a photo with all the staff and elected officials a couple weeks ago. Thank you so much, Adam, for organizing that. Hopefully for the time capsule and our centennial history. And then also just updates on the Geneva Park Resort. I've met with state legislators and also now currently serve as vice chair of the Utah Lake Authority. And so if you remember that Geneva Park Resort plan and the partnerships that are coming together with UVU, Hutchings Museum, as well as the Lake Authority. We're right now working towards getting some potential federal funding and then next legislative session, hopefully some state funding to kick off the Wildlife Center there and the park, the conservation park. So I'll keep you posted, but there's serious activity going on right now with all that. There was a delegation that even went back to DC recently, and that was one of their key topics to ask for. So it's looking good. It'll be an amazing regional amenity here when it pulls off. So, and then also I attended the Colliers. They kind of have an annual big meeting with all the brokers down at the Provo Convention Center, and they just give a kind of a forecast of what's coming. And things are still looking fairly strong. You know, Utah still has really high in-migration as well as organic growth here. And so different things are happening, you know, in the economy. We keep thinking, is there, you know, things are leveling maybe. They're not on this high trajectory, but holding strong still, hopefully. So, and as part of the pivoting in retail, you probably hear there's constant, you know, brick and mortar traditional retail places that are from time to time closing down and closing their doors in malls. And one of the things that I think people are still spending their money, but they might be spending it differently. And so kind of pivoting to the startups that are maybe in a flex space, and then they're fulfilling from that and have an online presence or a social media presence is kind of a big category here in Utah County as far as startups is one of the top in the nation. So they're still needing spaces and places to operate, and it's a new way to look at maybe potentially capturing sales tax as well. So we'll be talking about that some more as time goes on, I'm sure, with our economic development. All right, and then I'll turn the time over to our administrator's report.
Just a FYI for Steve Stewart, when he's watching this YouTube video, we hope that he has the newsletter for this next coming newsletter article.
Congratulations.
The last week in May, that should be sent to Brittany. And if you have questions on that, contact Brittany, Steve. So, just a reminder, this week we've got a couple meetings. Tomorrow, May 7th at 3:00 p.m. at Orem's Library Hall is our joint meeting with Orem, Pleasant Grove, and Vineyard City Councils to talk about the Alpine School District options. And then Wednesday, May 8th at 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock, you should have received an email from the school district. Lincoln, did you get something?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, and so they had an option for you to RSVP for the 2 o'clock or the 4 o'clock on that email. If you didn't, looks like a couple of you maybe didn't see that, I will forward you that
When
link.
was it sent?
It was the end of last week, like probably Wednesday, Thursday. And so they will be presenting some new information about capital expenditures that weren't included in the study, and then just kind of give you an overview of where they're at with it as a district, so. And then the police department recognition dinner was mentioned by Jake, and then for Van and the mayor, engineering coordination at Public Works on May 15th. And then also Chief Sanderson, our fire chief in Orem, sent out an invite to some lunches this week at their Station 32 if you're interested in that. So I think he sent that Saturday or Sunday, so.
Great, and I just forwarded you all the ASD communication right now in your email
Okay,
to
thank
copy
you,
that,
Mayor.
just to make sure you can sign up. And then the memorial program, just want to make sure you're all aware of that. It's going to be tremendous. Officer Simmons, he's does an amazing job organizing that, and so we'd love to have everyone in the community attend that May 27th, Monday morning, 9 a.m. at our city cemetery. It'll be wonderful. So, anything else on announcements? Okay, great. We will now move to item number 6. This is the approval of the minutes from our meeting April 15th, 2024. After review, any adjustments or changes, council?
I have no adjustments.
Okay, if none, I'd entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of City Council dated April 15th, 2024.
I second that.
By Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Minutes are approved. All right, moving on to item number 7. This is the consent agenda. Typically, we don't have any housekeeping items here tonight, so we'll move ahead to item number 8, which is a public hearing to review and consider the rezoning of the rear portions of some properties. And we'll go ahead and invite our Community Development Director to present the information for us. Michael Florence.
Just share the screen with Jake here really quick, Mike.
And do we have any applicants representing this item on the agenda here tonight? Okay, great. After he finishes his presentation, we'll invite you forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. So the applicants own the 2 properties highlighted here with the star there in the aerial map. And they have petitioned the Planning Commission and City Council to rezone the back portions of their property. So each property is approximately 1.79 acres as it currently exists. And what they're proposing to do is to subdivide the back 0.95 acres. So you can see where some people have already done that. You've got a line right here. That line would continue over along those 2 properties as well. So the single-family homes will remain. They'll still be on an approximately 0.84 acres of property for each of those homes. The purpose of the rezone is that the applicants want to sell the back portions of their property to the adjacent industrial property owners. So looking at the general plan map, you can see we've already identified the back portions of their property as mixed commercial. And so this would be following the general plan map as it currently exists. So the general plan map is currently mixed commercial land use designation. They're proposing that the zoning would be changed to a mixed commercial zone. Any questions on that?
I'm sure you'll get to it, but just on the next picture, maybe.
This one here.
Yeah, so the grayed out parts to the north and south, what zone is that? What are those?
So the gray is light industrial.
Light industrial.
Yeah,
So the north and south are light industrial currently,
yes, everything.
not
that-
mixed commercial.
Right.
Okay.
So this would be a mixed commercial zone, which, is surrounded by industrial and residential. But our general plan recommends that in the future, this transition more to a mixed commercial zone, a little bit less intense next to residential.
And then how would those companies or mixed commercial entities get access? Is it through Geneva?
No,
Or
what they'll do, so the
Toward
applicants,
south.
if the zone changes, and you can see that as a condition of approval, that they have to come back for a subdivision approval. And so they'll have to go back to planning commission if the council approves this. And then those lots would just be incorporated into their other properties. So they would need to do, those other properties will need to look at doing some type of subdivision plat amendment to incorporate these two into their current properties.
I see. Thanks.
All right. Well, council, if you have no further questions for staff, I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing for
Before we
comment.
do, so I was there planning commission night. When the planning commission was there, they were very favorable for this. I was able to meet with the Campbells and Hills a little bit after, and maybe more will come out here, but they were, at that time, very happy with the way it evolved, given that if these commercial entities don't come through with their purchase, then this reverts back to the way that it was before. This is the first step in going towards that mixed commercial, which is what the general plan says. So planning commission was very much in favor of it and behind it.
Thank you for that report.
Make a motion to open a public hearing.
Thank you. We have a motion to open a public hearing. Do we have a second?
I second.
Motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hooley to open a public hearing for this item. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now in a public hearing. I'd love to invite the Campbells and the Hills to come forward if they wish to make any comment or address the council or answer any questions.
Blake
All right.
Campbell.
Welcome, Brandon and Blake. Yes. Great. Anything you would like to add to the presentation tonight?
Not yet. Any questions for us?
Okay. Well, it looks like this was fully vetted by our planning commission, and it does have the underlying zone on the general plan, and as a way for the overall look to evolve over time. Has the commercial business indicated what their potential plans are with the acquisition of the property to you?
Ish. Mostly it's the trust company there, Builder's First Source, and they would just be expanding their yard most likely. That was mostly the gist of their information.
There were a couple of businesses interested, right, though, so things still could be in flux. And
there's another business that is purchasing the buildings there. You can see it looks like 8 separate buildings, but it's actually one massive building. And he's purchasing that, and he may also be interested in that lot to put equipment and different things there. So.
All right. Very good. Anything to add, Mr. Florence?
Yes, so like Councilman Jacobs mentioned in the motion, the first motion, or item number 1 in the motion says, the zoning map amendment approval is conditioned upon the applicant submitting and receiving subdivision approval. And so to be able, because your zoning lines are supposed to follow lot lines or, rights of way, those types of things. So this zone change is conditioned upon them coming back and getting subdivision approval from the planning commission.
And does that happen when there's a person to buy it, or that is before?
So the Campbells and Hills could apply to for the subdivision, or let's say the trust company wanted to, they could apply for that. But someone will need to apply for the subdivision. And if it's the trust company, for example, then they would submit an owner's consent on that.
And I seem to recall for those council members that are new, that building in the aerial that showed 8 segments also had a change some years back, did it not?
There was a little teeny square just on the back part of one of the properties.
Because I recall that property owner there on 200 South wanting to go more northward and, yeah, okay. So this is more of the same.
And just for the record too, this change does not take effect until that subdivision happens. That's what it means when it's conditioned. It's kind of a springing event. When the subdivision happens, then the zone changes.
All right, this is open to public comment. If there's any, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
I guess the one question is, so is it possible that someone not currently, not the trust company, not an existing entity, someone totally outside wanted to come in and purchase land and set something up new? That's a feasible possibility? I just don't see any road. I guess they would connect.
I mean, it really has to be incorporated into one of those surrounding properties, because we couldn't approve a subdivision with just, without any frontage. So
Yeah.
not only will they have to, let's say the trust company bought it, they'll not only have to subdivide the back half of the Campbells, but they're also going to have to incorporate that into their existing property. So they may have to do a subdivision plat amendment or something like that.
So to Lincoln's, like what Lincoln said and Brian said, if those entities don't come forward, it doesn't stay a MC zone.
Mixed
Yeah,
commercial,
it would just go back to the residential.
back.
Okay,
That's correct.
thanks.
All right, any public comment for the public hearing portion of this agenda item? All right, hearing none.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Okay,
Second.
motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hooley to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Great, now it's back to you, council.
I guess I would ask one question, and you guys may not be the ones that get the subdivision approval, but in the motion, it says all items in the staff report. Are you familiar with them? Are you comfortable with any of the recommendations?
Yeah.
Let's say that a business decides, hey, we're not gonna buy it, well, we don't wanna have a commercial property being paid tax.
Yes, yeah,
Okay, very good.
that's great.
It'd still revert to the residential for tax purposes. That's what he mentioned. If for those that cannot hear on the microphone, it wouldn't be changed to commercial and then change your property tax status. All right. Council, if you feel all is in order, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 2024-05-0 according to everything that's in this motion. Can I say that? Because last time I read it and everybody laughed at me.
This is not a bad one to read the whole thing.
All right. I move to approve ordinance 2024-05-0 to amend the Lindon City zoning map from single-family residential R120 to mixed commercial for the rear portions of the properties located at 88 and 96 South, 800 West, as identified on the Lindon City General Plan Land Use Map with the following conditions. Zone map amendment approval is conditional upon the applicants submitting and receiving subdivision approval, all items of the staff report.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Jacobs, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. Any further discussion? All right, then we'll call a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you so much. To both the Campbells and the Hill family and staff, thank you for coming forward tonight, and we wish you all the best of luck. All right, next we have on item number 9, this is just a review and action and the agreement for building inspector coverage. Go ahead and have
Okay.
Mr. Florence report. Thank you.
Yeah, just as a summary about this item, this last legislative session, the legislature passed Senate Bill 185, which requires municipalities to establish a list of 3 or more third-party inspection firms that a building permit applicant can schedule to complete an inspection if the city isn't able to schedule an inspection within 3 business days. And so we were reached out to by Salem City. They were putting together a list of third-party inspection firms, and they reached out to us, Orem City and Vineyard, to see if we would participate in putting an interlocal agreement together. So what this allows is that if, let's say, Lindon City is not able to complete an inspection within 3 business days, then a building permit applicant could notify us and ask us for our list, and then they could contact Orem City, Vineyard, or Salem to perform one of those inspections. It does provide for 8 hours a month that we would provide those inspection services to other cities. They would provide those to us as well. If it's more than 8 hours a month, then the fee is $86 per hour plus mileage. And so if someone, a building permit applicant, were to ask, we'd already covered our 8 hours, they were to call Orem City, then Orem could charge us $86 for that hour, and we would pay Orem City that $86. Talking to our building department and Orem and Salem and Vineyard, nobody is going past those 3 business days for inspections, for scheduling those. We have a really good track record, all 4 cities of that. And so let's say that a city did call us and say, hey, we need you to perform inspection. If we have too much going on, we can deny that, or we can say we're not available that day. That's within the agreement. And so then they would call another municipality. So, Brian, Adam, do you have anything else?
This is a solution looking for a problem.
That was the point I
Thank
was
you,
trying to make
legislature.
too, that with data, that we've never missed a 3-day, and yet here comes legislation that we have to do things.
For me, there was comfort in knowing that the other 3 cities haven't exceeded it either.
Yeah.
Speaking to your point, Van. And also, item number 6, the right to decline request. It's not going to put an undue burden on us from other cities because contract does say we have the right to decline the request.
How long does this stay in effect? Is it in perpetuity or?
It's 5 years.
5 years.
This agreement will continue for a period of 5 consecutive years from the effective date. So as far as I know right now, Salem is the only one city that has approved this. We would be the second.
So we have 5 years to get the state legislation to reverse this.
So the only exchange of money happens when we've exceeded the 8 hours, and it's 86 per hour plus mileage.
Yes.
Okay.
And we have the bandwidth to do it.
Yeah.
All right, very good. All right, any further questions for staff? If not, we can
Not
move
that it would
forward.
happen, but what happens if cities want to pull out? Is there some sort of penalty or?
Yeah, I don't remember. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, there's a notice section that they have to provide notice to us. I'm not seeing specifics on that right offhand.
That's okay.
And there is an option to provide other building departments or cities into this agreement as well.
Yeah, that's
So-
my second, how to fold more in if
I think
it
the
ever
whole
became.
spirit, it's in the spirit of cooperation, most certainly, and just to help each other be in compliance. So there's not any penalties or, anything in the language that would indicate, yeah.
Each party reserves the right to terminate 30-day notice.
If you're ready, I move to approve Resolution 2024-13-R.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. Any further discussion? All right, we'll bring it to the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The 3 ayes have it. Okay, that moves us on now to item number 10. This is the proposed budget we're going to be looking at for 2024 amendments. And we'll invite our finance director, Kristen Colson-Aaron, forward again. Thank you.
If I could, just before Kristen starts here on this presentation, just as a reminder, so tonight is the proposed budget, quote, proposed. So we've adopted previously a tentative budget. That's our rough draft, our first shot across the bow, give the public something to review and evaluate. And then by statute, all we're required to adopt is a tentative and a final budget. This proposed budget that we're reviewing tonight is something that Lindon's done for years to give you as a council another opportunity to review these items, the public another opportunity to be involved and provide comments if they wanted to, and for us to make sure that we're in sync with your desires for the budget. So as a reminder, June 3rd is when we will meet for our final budget hearing. We also are required by some new state legislation to hold a public hearing for compensation of executive officials, which by definition became essentially our department heads and any appointed officials, so our treasurer, our engineer. So we will review the compensation for those. Interestingly, it used to include city council members, elected officials, and they removed that. So we'll have a public hearing to talk about our department heads and appointed officials' compensation. And then we'll also have a public hearing about our utility fund transfers, which this year we are transferring less than we have in prior years, and Kristen will talk about that. And that would be for transfers to help cover administrative type of costs that we incur as a city to administer those enterprise funds. And then we'll have a public hearing on the budget itself and the budget amendment. So this isn't the final meeting. We'll have those other hearings on June 3rd. So.
I'd actually like to start tonight with the budget amendment.
Okay. Tell me, is that in your slides? No.
It's not in the slides.
Okay.
It's in the packet.
In the staff
Sorry.
report. This one, fee schedule, or this?
Yeah, so let's start with the fee schedule. Excuse me. I still have the cough I had 2 weeks ago. It is getting better, but it's still annoying. Okay, so we have some fee schedule changes that are being presented as part of the budget amendment because they will take effect tonight if approved. So the Public Works has some application fees that they would like to implement. And then I am adding the water impact fee decrease, which became effective April 15th, which you've already discussed. And then the Public Works hydrant meter rentals is being changed. They're renting 2 different types of hydrant meters and also a culinary meter as needed. And so we just needed to add that to our fee schedule. Are there any questions on this?
Just as an FYI, those dollar amounts look big, but that's the cost of replacing that equipment. So
that's just the deposit and it's refundable. Most of the time we refund the difference of what, like the water they use, the time of the rental, and that's not listed there, but it is in the fee schedule. So I think it's like $50 a month or $75 a month. And so if they use it for a month, then we deduct that rental and then whatever water that they used.
So these are
and then-
primarily a contractor that's doing work, would hook into a fire hydrant to use water for a dewatering truck, or not a watering truck, or other water needs during construction. And so they rent a meter to hook onto the hydrant so we can track how much water they're used, and then they pay for that usage when they're done with the meter.
This is a fairly common practice.
Very
In
common.
the city, it happens all the
Yeah,
time.
Yeah.
every city has these, yeah.
Yep, and then they've also started renting a culinary water meter that's just temporary while they're doing a development, and then it is returned, and then a permanent one is put in when something's built.
So those big trucks then get charged for the water, so
Yes.
then that gets built, okay.
Yep, hence the metering. So
Yes,
that we know
we
how
wanna
much-
know it, yes.
So we know how much to charge them. Okay, and we have a pretty big budget amendment, just kind of cleaning some things up for the end of the year. And I hope that you've had a chance to review it. Just some of the things that I will bring up are the excuse me, the $1.3 million transfer from the general fund to the sewer fund. And that's to fund the improvements that Orem's doing. We were thinking that we would add on to their bond, but they're not bonding. So they, in this case.
For the sewer plant upgrade.
Yes.
For those that are listening. And that's our portion.
Yep.
For our sewer water treatment plant.
Yep, and then we are doing, adding $375,000 to road projects. So we have that 1.3 million being transferred to the sewer fund, and then we're increasing the cost in the sewer fund to represent the sewer fund paying Orem City for their improvements.
In regards to that transfer, something that we haven't discussed is whether or not you're interested in the city paying itself back, basically. So should the sewer enterprise fund pay back this general fund amount, or do you want to just make this be a transfer of funds?
Yep, that's correct. We do need to know so that we can do the proper paperwork and approvals with the final budget if it's going to be a loan.
Years ago, we had a reverse issue occur during the Great Recession. The city essentially passed a resolution and a dollar amount to borrow funds from the enterprise funds to help support the general fund. And this resolution had a stipulation, said if we used that money, we would pay back the enterprise funds. Money was that tight at the time. And so this is kind of a reverse of that. As far as I'm aware, there's no requirement for it to be paid back to the general fund. But traditionally, we have tried to budget and function for these funds to be self-sufficient. Sewer pays for sewer bills. And so, any thoughts on this?
My thoughts are, it seems, and I could be wrong, and I'd like to ask council's opinion, that at times when we have those fund transfers that have to be noticed, where maybe an enterprise fund is putting into the general fund, that's where people sometimes raise their eyebrows and they're like, why are you taking an enterprise fund for sewer or some other utility, throwing it into the general? But it seems like when the general goes into an enterprise fund, I don't sense concern or pushback on that.
And we're not required to advertise in the same way. And
Right.
so for that enterprise fund, we are required by state law to send out notice, and we do a postcard to every utility account. And so if there's 3,000 plus postcards that go out about those enterprise fund transfers. And so we also have to post it on the website and on the state notice site. And so for this transfer though, there is not anything required.
And I'd love our Public Works Director, Juan, to maybe give an opinion here, you know, looking at how that fund maybe needs to stay at a healthy level. Do you feel, what would be your
Well, I think
opinion?
The enterprise fund should pay for its own way. With that said, at this point, we don't want to raise the rates so much that will put a burden on our residents. Eventually, we're talking about perhaps bonding to do some projects, and at that point, we can either make a transfer, if that's acceptable and then pay through the years on it. So, but I think the fiscal way, transparent way to do it is to pay that money back. That's my personal.
So have like an IOU, because it wouldn't be able to do it this fiscal year.
Right.
In a certain time frame that we would pay it back.
There was in this current fiscal year, when you adopted the budget last June, $500,000 transfer that was decided to go from general fund to the sewer fund to offset potential rate increases, and we did not.
As a gift, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
that was just a transfer. There was no intended payback of that. And so this is a lot bigger amount. That's why we're bringing it
So
up.
for citizens who might be listening, we looked at the health of the general fund, and we decided so typically your utilities, and Mr. Cowie could probably speak this more eloquently than I can, but we set up the utilities as their own business entity that should exactly charge what it costs to deliver those services to the residences and the businesses within the community. And so sewer is one of those, sewer and water. And last budget, the council decided, hey, let's basically gift from the general fund to this enterprise fund rather than raising rates. Because if you looked at the cost to operate and the infrastructure that was needed to refresh, it would have required an increase to the utility bill to pay those increased costs and refresh and rebuilds. And so we instead transferred from the general fund. General fund collects retail sales tax and the property tax, and so we just gifted that to keep from raising the cost to our residents. So that is also something to consider in this instance as well, potentially. Are you looking for direction tonight on this, or?
Yes, because in our final budget adoption, if you
Okay.
want to have this paid back, we need to bring you a resolution that makes that part of the budget.
And in this instance, if I am hearing staff correctly, if we simply identified an IOU, that doesn't necessarily entail corresponding having to raise rate, because you're saying you might draw a bond for some future projects, and then we would look at it at that time?
Yeah, so the proposal that I brought you a couple years ago was to have a steady increase in the sewer rates of about 7% for 5 consecutive years. And that was to pay for what we know is coming from the Orem upgrades to the plant. That is included in that, but this $1.3 million is something that Orem City did not go and get a loan for. They pay for from their own savings, and they're requiring that we make.
Pay it all in one chunk.
On the future improvements, we understand that Orem is gonna go on, and then we would have a payment associated with that, and we pay through a 20-year, 30-year.
We'll have a joint bond with Orem City
Yeah, this
for the,
$1.3 million is expected to be paid right away.
we should probably get you on the mic.
In my model, I have paying that $1.3 million in, I think I allocated about $250,000, $300,000 per year to be paying that $1.3 million. But since they want the money right away, it would be kind of the same, paying our general fund in the same schedule, maybe instead of make it 5 years, maybe make it 7, so we don't suffer as much. But But that was the intent, to pay it off the.
So your recommendation is to still show payments made back to the general fund as scheduled?
Right, because I had it already showing as paying Orem City, but now we'll just show it paying it back to the general.
Okay, very good.
And we can make the terms ourselves, so we can set the number of years, we can set a zero interest rate, so, yeah.
Now, the other thing that I wanted to say is when you guys decided to make that 500,000 one time, is because our reserves in the general fund were exceeding the amount, so.
State legislature has a cap on how much we can have in a rainy day
Correct.
fund.
So I think it'll be only fair that the general fund be compensated back from the utilities.
And looks like Mr. Cowie has a comment.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the resolution that would be adopted if we move forward with that route, it's can be changed by a future council. And so if in 5 years.
You could forgive it if you wanted.
Absolutely. So
to me, I think it's a no-brainer. You set it up as a loan, look to pay it back as we planned and put in the outlook.
and then if something dramatically
Master
changes,
plan,
we can revisit that. But at least that gives us then budgeting direction for how to handle this money in the next few years.
So the modeling you did to come up with the rate increases already accounted for a payment. We're just shifting the direction of who it goes to.
Timing and direction.
And future increases.
Correct.
Okay.
Appreciate all the questions, because every time I wanted to ask one, somebody else asked it. And
Good
and
to
I
go.
like your accountability perspective. I like that we don't have to raise rates to accommodate this. It follows our projected long-term plan. Kudos, thank you.
Rates are staged at a,
Yeah.
minimal step, kind of hopefully matching inflation and just a little.
To match those projections from.
Right, where people can set some expectations and we can follow those expectations and be fiscally accountable. That's great.
I know like American Fork just had a 40% increase from TSSD, huge jump. So this is.
We saw this coming, so we started a couple years back with that higher increase, but it's not 40% all at once. We eventually foresee that the fees in the entire Utah County to come up with these new upgrades to the sewer plants is going to be, everybody's going to be paying in the $60 to $120 a month just for the sewer because of. Yeah.
Jeez.
The regulations for the water reclamation to go back into Utah Lake and therefore to the Great Salt Lake, this is all part of that, of just water quality,
part of it is
water
the
efficiency.
regulations, and part of it is the aging infrastructure where
Replacement and making it
For
better.
example, Provo City completely raised their sewer plant and built another one on top of the new one. And Salt Lake City, they're looking into the $1 billion sewer plant, so forth, Spanish Fork, Salem, Payson, all of them are. I think Orem has done it right, where they've been doing the plant upgrades through the years and not all at once, and that helps us with that.
So just a hypothetical, if someone who was entirely against this, so it seems pretty straightforward, but if someone were to come in and say, we should not loan, what reasons would they state for that?
That we should not.
Do it this way, having that enterprise fund repay the general fund. What points would they come up with?
We'd have to raise.
So they would
rates
say
right now.
we would have to raise rates to make that up.
Or delay much needed infrastructure.
In other places.
So we have the sewer plant, and then we have all of our aging infrastructure underneath our roads. So if we have to have the sewer plant function, we have to prioritize on that, and then delay any of the.
So then, is your analysis of the general fund such that it could withstand a 1.3 blow and not defer a lot of things?
When I present the fund balance changes and estimates, that will be in accounting, having that accounted for in there. So
Like it's
spoiler
Sure,
alert,
sure.
30% is our estimated general fund balance, ending fund balance at the end of fiscal year '25.
By
That's
state
right.
statute, we can't exceed 35%.
35, yeah.
Yeah.
So if people
So
came
this
to
is-
us and said,
This is very healthy.
okay, yeah, very
We
happy.
have pared back some projects. There were some suggestions at the last meeting to cut back some specific projects. There was a proposal from Public Works to do some utility and road work on Lakeview that we've backed that off. And so this is reflective of paring back some things that may need to just wait for another year, but.
So Cole, you're trying to find the person that would object to this, and the only thing I could come up with is they would say, no, you should be closer to 35 because the world is going to come to an end in a little bit.
Yeah,
We want to have more
yeah.
savings.
I just didn't know if they would say, why is this and this out of repair? And we're like, well, we can't pay for it because, we had to move 1.3 over here. But it sounds like there isn't a lot of deferred things other than some of the things that didn't make it into this version of the budget.
It's really just different choices. I mean, instead of putting the 1.3 into the water fund, you could be putting that into the road fund. Or you
Yes.
could be putting that into whatever, a new park amenity. And so or you could put it towards the purchase that we made on that land out on 700 North. So you're making a choice of where to put this money. So just keep that in mind. There are lots of other alternatives that you could use this money for, but
Yeah.
this is
And
what's been
welcome to being a
recommended.
council member. More projects and more funding needed than there's money to go
Yes.
around, and we just have to prioritize. And we have, thankfully, staff that does really great, sound, data-driven prioritization and planning so that we can stage these things, keep the taxes and the fees low for our residents. So there's always going to be some things we're pushing off and adjusting year over year that come up like this.
Thankfully, in Lindon, we have the sales tax base to enable this to even be possible. And so I think in some communities, this is not even feasible at all.
It was amazing to me down at the conference, cities that I've always thought were incredibly wealthy cities that are struggling because they don't have that same sales tax base. We are very, very fortunate.
So being able to use that money without having to bond and pay interest is very significant.
Thank you.
All right.
Talk to me about number 7, which is the next one down, the $250,000 in the recreation fund. What's that for, and why was it not from park tax?
There is quite a bit going from park tax, and we have some that we do with the park tax. Now it's designated like to cover
Certainly.
capital expenses. And this is more for operations, to just cover the operations for the recreation fund and keep it in the black. So.
We missed our projection then by $250,000?
We've actually been subsidizing the recreation fund for years.
This is pretty standard.
Yeah, I don't think park tax is designed to fully fund.
Some things or whatever. I was just curious if it was a single project.
No,
So-
no.
That explanation helps, thank you.
Yep. It's actually, I think it's been closer to $500,000 a year, and so this year it's $250,000.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, my questions are because of my newness, and I know I won't need to clarify some of these, and thank you for the notes. And I know within the notes there are specifics.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the bigger ones that jumped out. Like I didn't
Okay.
know the pool punch pass. Like I was like $10,000 for pool punch. What's that mean?
That means that I overestimated the revenue that I thought would come from it, and I'm just I'm looking at what's happened so far, and I don't think we'll get that.
Okay.
And so I want to decrease the estimate just so I can see how we're going to end the year.
That makes sense. What are bad debt expenses?
That is if we write off utility accounts, and we're trying not to do that. We've contracted with the debt collection agency, and also, I mean, just turning people's water off. So most of the time, the bad debt comes from people that move out without paying.
I see.
So
they left money on the.
Right, so that is actually zeroing out the bad debt expense because we're not anticipating writing anything off.
Oh, great. What's Wells Capital?
So for the wells.
That's the water wells? Oh,
correct.
okay, great, okay.
Yep.
That's awesome. And then I know it shows up a couple different times, and so you don't need to go through each time, but there was, I don't know how you need to say 51-40-310.
Oh, the professional and technical
Yeah,
services.
yeah.
And that does show up quite frequently because that is in each department. And so the numbers mean something to me, and I apologize.
It's okay.
that it's not explained better. So, 1042-310 is for the court. And so I'm decreasing that because we haven't been using it. There's actually a buffer in that line item for just in case, like Brian can't prosecute because maybe a conflict of interest or something, and we have to contract with another attorney, or just.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, or when, like, the public defender, or is that?
When we have conflict, public defenders, or
Right.
or if we get into some civil litigation that honestly just buries me too much, and we might need to bring in some help and things like that.
Yeah,
Nice.
so it's actually a decrease because we didn't end up having to
Yeah.
do as much as we had thought.
Awesome.
The 1046-310, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was
Adam.
just gonna say, in public works, it would most often be engineering services, so we're splitting costs of engineering design between multiple enterprise funds, or in planning department, 310 might be hiring a consultant to help us with our general plan update, so
But
it's any of
consultants,
those,
you're hiring out.
Right.
a professional, or it's software that we might be utilizing in some way, or
Okay.
something like that. So,
That's really helpful.
okay.
And then the special projects, the 980, yes, 544750.
there.
Okay, so that's in stormwater, and the special projects got decreased, I believe, because we're postponing. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But with special projects in item 9, going down, help me how that coordinates with number 6 with the 1.3
Yeah.
for the sewer station, and then,
So the 1.3 is paying for the entire thing, but then there was enough built into that line item that we only need to increase that line item, 696,000, because of projects that are also being postponed to next year. So it's kind of, there's a decrease and an increase, and that's the net.
so we don't add those two up for 2 million essentially?
So, no, because there's a decrease by postponing a project to next year.
Of the 984, that line, that's part of this chunk or something?
So the decrease is more like 700,000 or 600,000. And so then the 1.3 increase makes a net of about 700,000. That's 696,000. And I didn't make a note of what projects are being postponed.
It was part of the Gilman sewer line.
Thank you, Juan.
That Gilman was gonna be funded this year, and then next year was gonna be Lakeview. But because we took out Lakeview, might as well take out Gilman because we were just dumping into a line that wasn't gonna have enough capacity, so we just pushed them all for 1-2 years down the road.
We might need to correct that, because I think Gilman is still in there. So let's make a,
That's the one that I think got pulled out this year, 470-some-thousand.
let's just double check that. I think in your slides, you still showed Gilman, so.
For next year. This is this year's, the current
Oh,
fiscal
this is
year
the budget amendment. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, for next year. Thanks.
All right, please proceed.
I wasn't going to present anymore, but if you have any more questions, I'm happy to answer.
Those were my questions, thanks.
Okay.
I had a quick question for Heath. The vet hall retaining wall, is that going to be the wall to the east behind the building or the wall between the upper and lower level parking lot?
The northeast side behind it.
Okay.
Behind the
wall that's
building, not the
collapsing.
parking lot.
Yeah, this is the wall that's collapsing.
Quick question. We can talk about that in engineering a little later, but I have a question about if that wall's going to have the same topography or if it'll open up some space back there to be more of a sheer.
Space for what? Oops, so it's that retaining
right
wall
there.
right there.
You're going to put the wall, okay. Just a quick question. We had sometimes brainstormed potentially maybe an access for like car show or when there's big events for people to be able to go and park in the field. Just a thought, would that ever, well, I see there's a.
Dumpster enclosure's now been added right here. It may be more of a challenge there, but I think when we've talked about it, it would likely be better down there instead of
Yeah,
trying to go
down there,
behind a
there was
building.
the sprinkler control boxes and whatnot, but, okay, just was curious if that was a possible place. All right. Well, thank you. Any further questions, council? Okay, so we have our timeline kind of spelled out to give, the sooner you can contact staff with any questions or further, sooner the better with all this. So we don't throw them any curveballs at the last minute, the nights we're asked to adopt certain things in the budget.
So this is just the amendment?
Yep.
And you're gonna go through proposed for next year still? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Perfect.
There we go.
All
Are they
right.
the same motion?
All in the same motion, same resolution. So we're amending the current fiscal year based on those numbers you just looked at and then adopting the proposed as part of the same motion tonight.
All right, so I'm going to go through this quickly because as Adam mentioned, we have reviewed already the budget with the tentative budget and with the work session. And so I just wanted to start out with the fund balance report that shows the changes in fund balance.
Where am I going? Sorry.
The
Summary right there?
Yes. And so we're at 30% estimated fund balance ending in 2025.
That's great.
And then there's information on where the money comes from. This fee schedule changes, I will.
Just
yes.
really quick, before
Yes,
you
yes,
move
yes.
on, just as a reminder, at our last meeting, this was estimated at 18%. And so with some of the projects we've taken back or changes we've made, there's a significant increase in that fund balance, so.
Then going to fee schedule changes. Sorry, I'm hurrying through this. If I skip anything you want to talk about, please let me know. Okay, so again, with the sewer and water impact fees, these will be effective July 15th. They're the ones that you've already approved. I'm just putting them into the fee schedule now and making changes as noted there. I'd like to point out with the certified tax rate that we don't have that. We won't have that from the county probably until about June 9th. And we're going to be meeting June 3rd to approve the budget. So in the fee schedule, it will show as set by Utah County, and in the budget, it's just an estimate of what I think you might get. And then that will, both the rate and the budget amount will probably be amended in October with that budget amendment.
Now, every city's doing this. What, in a nice way, why is Utah County taking so long, always, year after year,
So
to do that?
the cities need to approve their budgets by June 21st. And so by the county having the certified tax rate by June 8th or 9th, that's usually satisfactory. The last year and this year, we're approving the budget early because of my personal schedule. Because I will not be here on the second meeting in June. So.
I agree though, Van, it does always feel like it's the last minute thing, so.
It is, because they'll give me the rate, and then in other years, I'm like plugging it in last minute for the final budget.
And I don't have an answer for you on why it's always that time. Sorry.
I
Then-
just wonder if we need to push back in different methods and ways to say, hey, why don't we move that up a month?
That would be helpful if they could do that.
Yeah, and then that would also give cities time to decide if they need to do truth in taxation. So, and how much the percentage is that they need to do, so.
Yeah, the state statute does allow, so if a city chooses to raise property taxes and go through that truth and taxation, then they have until, it's like mid-August to actually.
Approve the budget.
Yeah, finalize their budget, and so it gives them some time to go through those additional hearings.
But it would help ahead of time if you knew if you're doing that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so then looking at utility rate increases, this was a basic summary of a typical bill with a water increase of 3%, a sewer increase of 7%, a stormwater increase of 2%, and a garbage and recycling increases of 3%. So a bill would go up almost $6 based on if they were in the area between Geneva Road and North Union Canal, what? That's not right. Canal Drive. Oh, it's the North Union Canal. So
Yeah.
it's the canal. That's the, so it's not the road, but so anything above the canal we're pumping, and so that's actually at a higher rate, and anything west of Geneva Road doesn't. A lot of it doesn't have pressurized irrigation, so that's why I'm specifying the area. And then using 8,000 gallons of culinary water on a 1-inch meter, and has one garbage can, one recycle can. So that's how that's estimated.
And is the 8,000, is that the average, or is it just like a?
It is a good average,
Okay.
I think. I think it's pretty typical for not a large family, but yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, and then, so looking at the actual rates and how they increase, that's a lot to notice. So the first is talking about the base rate, and it depends on, like I said, what zone they're in. So if water is having to be pumped up the hill, and how far up the hill, and then what size their meter is. And so you can see how those rates are changing. And then the usage rate is based on blocks of water. So it's a tiered rate. So the more that you use, the more you pay. So if you exceed 6,000 gallons of water on a 1-inch meter, then the next, you'll be billed for the next like 7 through 12,000 gallons at a higher rate.
How much did those increase? I mean, I'm seeing this is the base rate, right, that I'm seeing.
So on that
increase on
usage
those
rate
tier
where it
2,
says
tier
block,
3.
yeah, so you can see it's going, so 1 through 6,000 gallons on a 1-inch meter is block 1. And it's different amounts for larger meters. So larger meters would have more on that block 1. So it's going from $1.77 per 1,000 gallons to $1.82.
Okay, so the block is the tiers, that represents the tier, okay.
Correct, yep. Yep. Any
And-
questions on that?
Yeah, just interesting to know that our garbage is serviced by Republic Services, and these increases are just a direct
And
increase
we're actually
experiencing.
absorbing some of the increase
It's more,
because,
yeah.
the garbage is increasing 6.05%. The recycling is increasing 4%. The landfill is increasing 6% starting in January, so that will be mid-year. And so the garbage fund is healthy enough that we can absorb some of that because we don't need to have a healthy fund balance in that account.
So that was one thing just to note for the public, that was discussed in our last meeting, that we're actually not passing on all the increases that the city is being charged for the garbage services.
Correct.
So,
Okay, and then you can see on the next slide how the garbage, the recycling, and sewer utility fees are increasing in stormwater as well. Okay, and then, so that's revenue. Any questions on revenue? Then we're gonna go to expenditures, and you can see that net expenditures are 31 million. And when I don't know if you understand what I mean by net, so that's taking out like uses or appropriation to fund balance and transfers. So that's like actual expenses.
Okay.
Citywide. So for expenditures, looking at personnel, the CPI that we usually look at has increased 3.6%. In our last meeting, we were talking about having the increase, the wage increases for COLA to increase 3.6% as well. But we got the feedback from council that we'd like it capped at 6% total between the COLA and the merit. And so that would decrease the cost of living allowance increase to 3.4%, and that is what is represented in the budget, in this proposed budget. And it would be effective July 6th for the COLA increase, and then January 4th, 2025 for the merit increase. And the total cost is $347,000, and you can see it's broken out between the different funds. On the insurance premiums, excuse me. The medical or health insurance is increasing 6.5%. The dental is decreasing 7%. The overall cost of the increase will be $63,500.
And that decrease in dental and then some of our other supplemental, our life insurance options, and there's a handful of other things, vision coverage that is an elective. We had some options to stay with our current provider or to move to a new provider. And so after we met as our staff and department heads opted to change providers to help save some money there. And so our medical will still renew with PEHP, but pretty much all of our other insurance options, we're going with a new provider this year to help save some money. So,
And do the staff feel okay about that dental change? Are they still?
Yeah, on dental's usually a little more, what's the right word? Insurance is accepted more frequently between multiple providers versus health gets very specific. And so, yeah, we feel okay with this. And we haven't changed for, I think we're probably 4 or 5 years.
For dental?
On the medical,
I
4
think it
years.
was
We had a 3-year rate lock when we renewed the last time, so it might have been 4 years on this, all of it. And with this new renewal on the 7% decrease, they've given us a 2-year rate lock, which then we'll expect to go up. And so that's kind of how this goes, but.
And then we'll shop it out again.
Yeah, so we're trying to make some changes. We're recognizing that it is every year 5 to 7% increase on insurance costs, and we're trying to control that the best that we can.
On this slide, do you have any information about across the employees aggregate, what percentage get the full 2.6 increase? It seems like it's conditional. And we have a lot of really great workers, so I wouldn't be surprised if the majority got.
No, we're probably, to be honest, 94, 95%.
Yeah, so I mean, good workers deserve, so that's more a reality. That 2.6 occurs more often than not.
Yep, and the full 2.6 is budgeted, so assuming everyone's doing great.
Yeah,
that's it,
which seems to be the case for sure.
So we have a scored performance evaluation. They have to get a certain score to move up to the next step, and there's 12 steps in each pay range.
How does that work? Who does this scoring?
They're direct supervisors, and then the department head signs off on that, and then I look at those as well.
Nice. And then how does it work with the echelon of department heads and you? Do you have a different mechanism? You maybe review the department heads. How does it work with that level?
So at that level, yeah, I actually review and evaluate the department heads and with their performance evaluation. So
okay, great. Is there a mechanism that they like collectively evaluate you, or how does that work for your
In the
position?
past, that's been the mayor.
Oh,
And
okay.
So
Great.
I'm self-evaluating and I submit something to the mayor for the mayor's approval.
Okay, thanks for educating me.
Treat you well.
Yes, in fact, yeah, our past mayor did as well, so.
Moving on to the next slide, retirement. And we've discussed this already about there's some that's decreasing on tier 1, there's some increasing on tier 2, some on the, like with public safety on the employer side, or on the employee side, the employer is covering it, that's us. And then on the employee side, we're looking at ways that we can help the employee.
Did we figure
Sorry.
that out yet?
What we're leaning towards is a lump sum payment. So,
Like a bonus sort of
right,
thing?
and then because we don't want to change their wage, and then they wouldn't be on our pay scale. It'd be like we're keeping different pay scales depending
Yeah.
on, and also, if the legislature were to change in the future and say that employers can cover it, they are saying you can't decrease the employee wages. And so we figure if we don't change their hourly wage, we just kind of give them bonuses to help cover it. And how we're doing that is still, and we're still considering, because we don't necessarily want to do one time at the beginning of the year for the whole year, because we might have employees that leave. So maybe quarterly. So
Nice.
we're just still looking at how that would be implemented. So with all of these changes, there is, it's pretty insignificant, but a net decrease to the city. So.
Okay.
And then changes in personnel positions. Excuse me. Changing the part-time community development clerk to full-time, so we'd have 2 full-time clerks down there. The one, Marcy, is currently part-time and doing the business licensing, and that's kind of changing and growing there. And so requesting that she goes full-time. Promoting a police corporal to a sergeant. Adding a part-time front desk clerk at the community center. Moving part-time court clerk / deputy recorders from range 8 to range 11. And we are currently, this isn't in the budget, we're still evaluating an assistant city engineer position, so it wouldn't be a new person, it would be room to grow for a current staff engineer.
This is trying to provide opportunity to keep Trent here.
Yeah.
And so there are lots of engineer positions open that I think he would be very qualified for. And so we're trying to craft something that we can provide opportunity to move up.
Great.
One of the positions in very high demand that he could be poached. So.
So that is all I have for the personnel. Is there any questions on personnel before we go to capital expenditures? All right, so the list is pretty much the same as we've looked at before for the general fund and the dedicated restricted funds.
I think you have one more slide here on personnel.
Salary study?
Oh, that was an accident. That's the
That's
email
what
I
she-
sent out.
yeah.
So please
yes.
disregard that. You never saw that.
That was a carryover from last year.
Yeah, I just
so.
was updating
I
slides.
guess say the date was
Wrong.
not
Yep.
right.
That is correct.
Patch.
So we've,
No more
as far as
trial.
wage just comparison study goes, we have not been able to tackle that this spring, and so we're gonna see what happens with all of the cities and their changes in wages. Most of those cities update all of the data on the software that we all use pretty much in the state, and we'll, if needs be, if we have some positions that are really out of whack, we'll bring that to you in October and see what we can do within the budget. But so for this this current budget cycle, I don't anticipate anything other than these things that we've brought forward, so.
All right. Okay, so capital outlay is pretty much the same for the general fund and the dedicated and restricted funds.
Really quick, before you leave that slide, just wanted to, hopefully an FYI, Randy Powell sent an email, and I got that, and all of you received that, I think, and so just wanted to bring that up. She called me as well and wanted to ask some questions about that.
Yeah.
Juan, do you want to talk quickly about
Did you send that?
the seam on Main Street and where, if you don't mind coming up and let's, I just want to make sure that the council's, yep. So the direction that the council gave us last time was to hold off on significant improvements at the community center, both physically within the building and then also with the parking lot. We had a pretty high estimate of what the parking lot reconstruction may cost. So we've pulled back the parking lot improvements. But one thing that we had talked about was along this frontage that would be pulled back. However, some newer information, it's probably a little bit hard to see.
Yeah, if you zoom in there, just you can see that
there's a seam right there where there's newer asphalt as you head that last 10 or 12 feet, maybe not even that far, last 8 or 10 feet is newer asphalt right up against the curb, and then the older asphalt on Main Street, which is being rebuilt. But so then I'll hand it off to you, Juan.
So we were looking at trying to save some money and not pave all the way to the curb and gutter, trying to save that 10, 12 feet. But after looking at it here in the picture, it looks doable. Say, okay, let's just do it to right there. But
Just
the problem
to the
is
seam.
you can see that edge kind of rolls back into.
Separation.
Yeah, and it actually, in some places, it slopes the other way. So what
Yeah.
we would get is something like this and not flow all the way to the gutter. There's a lot of people that park there, and if we just go to that point, we will create like a puddle. There's also a bump. Heath was telling me that some of his people that frequent that have walkers and things, and I would just recommend to just go ahead and at least pave all the way to the curb and gutter with the new road and shape it the right way for better drainage.
So does that require ADA ramps to go in here then on these, there's 2 access points?
We did not put it as part of this paving project, but it would be also the best thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, those are not ADA compliant at this point because they're actually a sharp edge on both sides. So we'll remove all the way, and then we would have to cut the curb and gutter and reshape that asphalt. Maybe we can do that all out of concrete, and then just pour right to the asphalt. But I think while we're going through all this trouble of making Main Street look good, is just
To do it right.
to do it right and push it all the way to it.
Yeah, and sorry, this is whiplash. I was gone last time. It seems like with at least that front part of the community center, when we think about the residents who are there most frequently, it provides a lot of senior services. And so we have a specific population that we're tending to. It's also highly used by the boutiques and so many like resident and outside centered. It would be nice to have it at least piecemeal, but at least that part done, to have it to reduce accidents, to reduce, because I was there with an individual who has a walker, and I was just like, ooh, this is not good.
Right, and then right now we just have a piece of pipe across the gutter, and then we bring the asphalt out, and that is, it always gets plugged, and it's always holding the water. And
So that, what you're explaining, that isn't accounted for in the slide right now, right? The cost?
we have not included that on our paving square footage. We were trying to add it to Geneva's project, and then Main Street.
Yeah, yeah. The Geneva company. Yeah.
Geneva is the company doing the asphalt, but added to what Geneva's doing on Main Street to to include that, since we're already gonna pave a little bit into 60 North going towards the swimming pool. I would just think it's a good
I agree.
extra money to spend on that.
Is that portion of the road having, what treatment is going there? It's not a full grind and rebuild, or it is?
Yeah, it's
Full
a
grind.
full, what we did in Canal Drive, pretty much chew it
Okay.
all up, reshape it, give it some good slope, and
So would this ancillary strip also just be would you do an overlay over that, or does it have to all be
we all
contiguous?
chew it all up, and then we regrade it, cut down what would be the new asphalt surface, so we will be removing like 3 inches of material to make room for the new asphalt. But it's just exactly what we did on Canal Drive, just chew it all up, reshape it, compact it, and pave it.
Okay.
But you're gonna do it from curb to curb on this, that's what
On
you're
that one,
proposing.
we will do from the
Not the school
gutter
property.
that is right next to the school.
Mhm.
So that's kind of the property line there, all the way to curb and gutter on the other side.
Thanks for that update.
Are you guys comfortable with that? Okay.
Yes.
And then we'll keep talking about community center as we have needs then. Okay, in the future, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. All right. Any other questions on general fund and dedicated restricted funds?
I would just like to commend staff and council, again, Lindon's prioritization of infrastructure. I get excited that we have 3.4 million going into road capital improvements for the next budget without having a road fee as some other communities have or raising taxes. That is outstanding to have that kind of capital outlay to be able to do. So,
One's got some good news on that.
Oh,
too. Sorry.
Please, mine's not.
I brought him
urgent.
back.
So most of the money that we were planning for that 3.4 million was for the Center Street
Right.
reconstruction. We went out to bid, we got the bids back last Friday, we tabulated, but now we're checking references. But the low bid came in at 2.3 million.
Oh my gosh.
With a certain kind of treatment. That's pulverizing the road, adding a concrete mixture to the base. That is the 2.3, and then at a 2.45, if we do a excavate the whole road down a foot and then bring it back with
Road base?
8 inches of road base and 4 inches of asphalt.
And Denny Farnworth has indicated to Juan and I that he wants to dedicate this stamped L in that roundabout. So
Denny Farnworth's bid came in as the lowest bid with the full excavation. And we're still trying to decide which way we're gonna go. If we go with the concrete base treated base, Denny Farnworth would not be part of that project. But if we go with the full depth excavation, then Denny Farnworth would be the lowest price. He's still trying to say, I will build the L, working some kind of a project with us, and
That's
but we're
awesome.
still evaluating what will be the best way to go.
What's the big advantage of going deeper?
Yeah, how much more longevity do you get out of the road if you do the extra road base?
So it's expected to have the same longevity. There's some advantages to having the concrete treated base that creates a harder pan, and both options are. That's why we're still talking with the consultant to say this is just a difference in price. What do you recommend we do if we go with this option or this option? So we have a consultant that's still helping us decide which way to go. We're kind of up in the air, still calling around, checking references on if the people that gave us the low bid have the experience to do what they say meet the specs that this consultant wants, because he's the professional. And if he says, you know what, these people are not very good at applying this, or their projects have not panned out the way the other contractors that have done it that did not bid this time because they were too busy, we might say, well, maybe we shouldn't gamble going with the concrete and we should go with the full depth excavation. But we will finish working every angle, thinking about it, and then, but it's in that kind of a price range project, 100,000 might be something we just say, let's go with the full depth and have some good road basing.
Fantastic.
But
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's great news. So we might just come up with another close to $1
More
million.
projects we can hit.
Exactly.
There's always places
Really?
to put it.
Yeah, and that's sort of,
It creates another problem because then we'll have more money in the general fund. And
We can put it into roads, yeah.
yeah, we got plenty.
oh,
of
that's right. It's
The
road
dedicated
funds.
fund.
Yeah, correct.
In that spirit, I would love Juan and anyone here. So I had an interaction with a resident recently in the context of roads, and it helped me realize that there's like two realities, and it all depends on where you're sitting, your perspective that lends itself to that reality. It's like we're spending a lot on roads, we're doing a lot of really good things, the best roads first, all these techniques to save money and to make it smart. And so, I think that's wise, and it seems so prudent. And from the residents' perspective, it was like it's pointless until the road in front of their house is nice, And
Or the one that they drove on the other side of their road is nice.
yeah, right.
Unless it's a road I'm driving on.
Yeah. And so I'm like, oh man. And so I've had a difficult time because these points of how much we're spending and et cetera doesn't matter, right?
Tell us how you prioritize roads. How's that?
Yeah, and because there's I know we had like a 5-year road plan that we don't really have, and we have to be flexible because water pipes break and, stuff like that. But there are, I guess, residents that they're like, this has been this way for 20 years. And there's always something that comes up. We'll never get on that queue. And so far, they're right. And so it doesn't, anyway, what do I say? What do we do?
So,
And not very it's not everywhere, but just a few places.
so in a previous newsletter that it was my turn to write, I kind of explained that, and there was like 3 or 4 criteria.
Yeah, I saw the different
One of
ratings.
them, the main thing was how much use there is. If there's a lot of people, if you live in your little cul-de-sac or here and there, eventually you're going to end up in that big road, right?
Yeah.
So then we go with those bigger collector roads. And then if we have, for example, a road that we're going to destroy because there's a utility that needs to be replaced, kind of like we started with Canal Drive, we started as a road project when I got here. And we were all gung-ho to get it done. And then as we started analyzing the age of the pipes and the frequency of leaks as well, let's push the road reconstruction back until we have the money to do all the infrastructure underneath. And then we got to that point. And then eventually it's the roads that are completely destroyed, but they don't have that traffic. For example, over there by Walmart, in that next to the trailer court, there's one of really old neighborhoods.
Oh, yes.
And they started with water issues, storm drain issues. So we went and put a new storm drain line, but we only had enough money to do half of the road with the asphalt, so we ended up doing half of the road. And then maybe perhaps if we have some savings, we can start throwing some of those roads. Then we have safe routes to school. We were talking about 400
North.
east.
Oh, east.
To make a whole north to south, all the way from 400 north to center. No, from 700 north to 400 north. And then all those things, we just have all these things that we have out there, and then we start saying, okay, which utility are we going to have to install so we can put the road on top? We don't want to put a road on top and then 2 years later destroy it to put a line. So yeah,
I guess I think some of the residents feel failed by us in this way, right? And that our algorithm consistently puts their road outside of repair. And so I think it's, from their perspective, hard to see the criteria and then to know it will never be them, or it feels like that, and that's not the truth. It will eventually. But yeah, anyway, I guess in the spirit of feedback, that's been something that they can never.
It's the same thing with what you don't see underground is the sewer, right?
Yes.
So we have to have this big pipe, pay close attention, because if something happens to that, then everybody gets sewer damage, right? So we have to make the big roads and then start going with the arterials.
Yeah.
But if you have
A couple years ago, Trent and Noah actually put together a map that showed within the last 5 to 8 years, here's all of the streets that we've put some road maintenance into.
Yeah.
It is very few that we have not done something to help maintain the asphalt. And so, and those that weren't were basically, hey, we know we're going to rebuild this in the next few years. And so whomever this is and whatever street they're on, I think it would be beneficial if you were to let Juan know what is that specific road and who are these people, so that we can see exactly where they fit on that map.
Great. I'll do that.
Okay, that would be helpful.
And with that said, we're also implementing this other, we kind of did away with the old plan that we used to do, which was pretty much spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Now we actually have a study done with LiDAR, which is pretty much taking a 3D picture of all the roads, and then based on that, we have a rating of how many years left they have, or where we're gonna get the best bang for our buck.
Thank you.
But
Appreciate it.
let me know as soon as that
Yeah,
happens.
sure, I'll pass it along. And thanks for everything you've put into it.
Thank you. Kristen, anything else you were moving forward on to present?
Anything with
Yeah,
Public Works, or
Yep,
should I
so,
just?
yeah, Public Works is next. We're gonna do
Oh, we're
water
not
and
done
sewer
with you.
next.
Hey,
I'll
Just
stay here.
stay there. Keep your seat warm.
Yep.
Did you get to the sewer fund yet? Is that still the next one coming?
Yep.
We do have that Gilman Lane piping on there.
It is, yes.
So nothing has changed on this since last work session?
So is Gilman Lane on it or not?
And I made a mistake. The item that we were talking about previously was amending this current fiscal year. Gilman is supposed to be on this proposed, which it is.
I'm with
So,
you now.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Sorry for the confusion.
All right. Well, we see that list. There's no changes.
It is changes because we took out Lakeview. Sorry, my apologies.
So what that money might be used for this year will be, because Gilman and Lakeview can go hand in hand, so I was trying to fund one project one year and then fund the other project the next year and then combine them both to get them all done. So what we can do with that money might not spend all of it, but perhaps do all the engineering and maybe just get it out to bid and the late fall, see if we have really good prices like we did before, and we'll try to make that go as far as we can. But I would like to keep that money there. If what I would like to do is, if we're not gonna do Gilman and Lakeview, maybe change that description of the money to do pipe relining to try to fix all the infiltration that we have, because 460,000 is not gonna get me enough money to do the Gilman and Lakeview. But perhaps we can reallocate the description to make it for pipe rehab and relining. But I don't know if it's too late at this point, or if we're still in time to.
Let's talk more about that.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a study going right now to find the infiltration points. And part of the program that I had was that 150,000 for infiltration and elimination. We could probably do a little more on that to save us some of the money we're paying per month to Orem. That is just water coming in and we're just paying on it. So I'll talk to Adam some more and we'll see if we can rename that and go from there.
Okay. Anything else in that summary of note? I don't think we need to go read every line item since this is not new information, but any further?
Just an FYI on this revised second to last slide here, that on our last meeting, you had asked for the ADA ramps upstairs in the community center and the waterfall feature to take those out, so we just struck those out, so.
Right, and they are in this proposed budget because I was unsure of where we landed on with those two things, and so Adam clarified that, yeah, it was council's desire to remove those from the budget, and so in the final budget, the amounts will be removed. So.
How is it possible to not have the ADA ramps done?
So upstairs, Heath, you want to talk about what exists up there right now?
I'm guessing it's not required.
The ADA ramps upstairs were in order to increase use. So we don't get a lot of use upstairs on the upper platform, and we'll call that the old primary room.
It was the
dais.
primary room, yeah.
So that was to increase the use and to make those rooms usable for cards and puzzles. And we have had, a couple of years ago, when we made an attempt, we did have a lady fall on the stairs. And so that was the main purpose of that.
To be able to exploit that floor better.
Make it more usable.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So any questions on anything now? That is all of my presentation.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, I caught the tail end of some potential improvements to the community center on the front side, it sounds like, in the parking lot. So did we remove the parking lot expense, or are we keeping that, or was it something completely, a different expense? Walk me through that real quick.
So all of the parking lot expense that was brought up in the last meeting was taken out, except for what was just discussed tonight to improve the stalls along Main Street. And then we'll evaluate costs and look at some alternatives in the future, and bring that back to you guys, so.
I think,
Perfect.
and I think what the larger question, over the years as I've served here in this capacity with some of our fellow council members, each year we know that the community center is an older building, and we've, thanks to Heath and his staff, they've given us great recommendations over time of things to sort of patch it along, and at some point, I think what we really need to tackle is to get a comprehensive, focused plan of what we want that building to really modernize to and upgrade to, and it might have a larger price tag. And so I think partly why we often put things on hold there is because we don't really know where it's going. And for the new council members, and staff can correct me on any of these points as well, but my recollection is for a long time as a council member, we thought Alpine School District, had indicated they might tear down, rebuild Lindon Elementary. We now know that's extremely unlikely. In fact, it's still on their closure potential list. So we were kind of on hold thinking, well, they might want to integrate, a different traffic flow or somehow, cooperative agreements in the use of the campus-like area that could become. So we sort of put off major improvements to the community center thinking, well, what if everything's redone at some point, right? So I think going forward, the building has significant aging infrastructure items and things that need to be modernized. And so back to Juan's point, you often kind of do your parking lots and your roads last if you're going to be doing major construction or improvements. So I would like to propose to the council that maybe in the next year, 2, 3 years, maybe we kind of focus in on what this building needs to become and get a comprehensive plan and plan for potentially significant investment there, what we want this to be for the building is not going to be the way it is now for 50 years. We need to get a plan that creates a community center that will be here in 50 to 75 years. would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, yes. That would be, if it's a 10 or a 20-year plan, it would be nice to just have something in mind on what to repair, not the parking lots that we've talked about. The north parking lot has gaps almost an inch wide, and that's where our seniors enter the building. So we do have a hazard there, maybe the same as the front. We can look at some other things like that, but what are we really looking forward to or looking at to do with that would be a great idea.
So forgive my newness, naivety, lack of being smart, whatever. But that parking lot proposal that Jake, was discouraged with in the last budget discussion, is it possible, since we know we have this long-term unknown thing, to have a fund that represents that so that it doesn't reflect our general fund? This is saving for the new building, and we put monies in that. We take it from that parking lot, put it into that, so that when this day comes that we have this new thing, we have at least some money to put down to begin this construction.
Sometimes we have amenities that are going to be, say, a new park, or the wildlife center that's being worked on at the Geneva Park Resort. You have to get a professional, design. We usually put that out to professionals to put in a plan to adopt, and engineering, and then there's cost analysis. And so, Heath, if we were to sometime in the next, year to 2 years to really focus on, okay, what does the community center need, and what do we want? What does the community want it to be?
Right.
For that space, we would need to put that out there.
And I had heard the recommendation to have a group. I mean, I know there's decisions and monies that would have to be decided on this side, but to build a group with community members specifically, sort of like the general plan committee. It's like a group of community residents that could help in a prolonged discussion about what that part of the city could be like. That could be really cool.
I think that would be really wise to just have it on the radar. In fact, maybe in a year or two, we'll know what Alpine does, and we'll know of that piece of property across the street. So maybe there are some moving pieces. I think it's a mistake if we just do nothing and see if the roof falls in.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Maybe, it's just a good idea to just look
Back
at.
to my question, is it unwise to create a fund that we start putting money in?
That's certainly something we can do. We have a facilities fund that we've put money away for projects exactly like this. And so, yes, you can allocate general fund balance money towards this in the future. So
Yeah, I think it's time to focus on the community center instead of kind of pushing it off and not sure what it's going to become and what we want it to be. Maybe it's time to start doing those community surveys, community committees, or staff recommendations, and start exploring what this needs to be.
Ironically, not for the last 4 or 5 years, but before that, for the previous 10, I would get new moves-ins or people who will come and talk about wanting a rec center, and then I would say a number, and they would fall off their chair, because it's really, in reality, when you have a committee, it needs to be guided and helped and be reasonable, and the ideas need to be feasible. But any kind of plan that we could start to just look at that 70, 60-year-old building for the future. Is it going to go 10, or do we want to fund it for 10 and then 10 more look, or something would be beneficial, I think, for the residents.
All right. And as far as that north parking lot, what are your thoughts? Is that something we could push off for a year, or are we looking at?
No, in
needing
fact,
to
I
do
think
something?
that's another future thing that needs to be considered. We may be able to apply, and we hope to apply for a CDBG grant, because that's a senior center. It could be funded for that. 2 years in a row, we've tried a new treatment of some mastic stuff that went into the cracks, and then you can see last year we filled the cracks, but those are pretty significant. And You know, when I walk over from the community center to the senior
On a
center.
hot day, they are squishy.
Well, it takes me 7 or 8 minutes to get out of the crack if I fall into it and then walk. No, but it needs to be considered. And Trent and Noah's opinion was it would need to be a rebuild. So that's where we're at. We could apply for a grant from CDBG to help us with the senior center parking lot, but consideration of that needs to probably be paramount for safety.
Or just looking at, again, are we looking at
Right? Do we
major
do it or
changes
what
to
do
the
we do?
building and, okay. Does that answer any questions?
Yes, thank you
have?
so much.
Any other questions on this proposed budget?
Thanks.
All right, this is, we do need to open a public hearing for this item before we adopt it.
Just gonna ask that question.
Yes.
I make
So-
a motion to open a public hearing.
I second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hooley. All in favor to open a public hearing for agenda item number 10?
Aye.
Okay, we are now in a public hearing. All right. This would be the time for the public to ask any questions or give any feedback or comment to the proposed amendments and budget resolution. All right, hearing none.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Hey, so moved by Councilmember Broderick and seconded by Councilmember Hooley. All in favor to close the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
You, council, any further discussion or questions for staff or Jake, were you able to hear everything all right there?
Yeah, I think so for the most part. Love to see that 30% number on the bottom. Appreciate the thoughtfulness on some of the expenses that were left out. I think we still ended up with, we aren't subsidizing any of the utilities this year with general fund balances. Is that correct?
No. We had a lengthy discussion about the 500,000 that was put into the budget this current fiscal year to help offset rate increases, and then the 1.3 million that was put into the budget in this proposed budget for next year. Sorry, that's on the amended budget for this year also. So the 1.3 million would be paid to Orem, and that is coming from the general fund to offset costs that the sewer fund would otherwise incur. And so the council asked us, we'll bring forward a resolution at the final budget hearing with some terms on how to pay that back from the sewer fund back to the general fund over the next number of years. So
Just the 1.3.
correct.
Yeah, the 1.3. And Jake, I know you had to step away from the meeting for briefly, but Juan did a great explanation that with the proposed steps of very modest increases over 7 years, that allocation takes care of that 1.3 that Orem City suddenly wanted us to do cash up front rather than bonding. And then the one thing that we are technically subsidizing is the increases by Republic Services for our trash services. We did not pass on those increases fully to residents. We alleviated some of those just looking at that fund being healthy enough to do so.
Excellent, perfect. Thanks, guys. That's it. I apologize again for the connectivity issues.
All right, council, the
make a
night's
motion.
getting long, so.
I move to approve resolution 2024-11-R.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. Any further discussion? Okay, see none, we'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes. And then could we just have a quick recap, Mr. Cowie, on timeline then, one more time, so it's all top of mind here for the budget, final approval.
So June 3rd will be our final budget hearing. We'll have a public hearing on compensation programs, public hearing on your utility fund transfers, and a public hearing on the final amendment to the current fiscal year, and then adoption of the final budget for the proposed 2024-25 fiscal year.
All right, and our fiscal year runs July through June, so it's not on the typical calendar year.
All of those public hearings and everything, that's all on that June 3rd date?
Yes.
So that's the big night. Okay, and again, just reiterate, any concerns or questions, get them to staff, dive in now. We don't want to have any big wrenches on June 3rd, so give them time to adjust things prior. All right, very good. That moves us on to item number 11. This is the recess to the Lindon City Redevelopment Agency meeting.
I move to recess Lindon City Council meeting and convene as the Lindon City RDA.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Now in the redevelopment agency meeting, and we will have another call to order, roll call, and this roll call is an aye. We'll start here on the left.
But with our name, right?
Yes.
Van Broderick, aye.
Cole Hooley, aye.
Carolyn Lundberg, aye.
Lincoln Jacobs, aye.
Great, and then we,
And Jake?
thank you, Jake, sorry about that. All right, so then we'll now have the approval of the minutes from the meeting from March 18th, 2024. If you've had a minute to review those, if there's any adjustments or changes, this would be the time to provide those.
I have no adjustments.
Neither do I.
Okay, seeing none.
I move to approve the minutes of March 18th, 2024, Lindon City Redevelopment Agency meeting.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the approval of the minutes by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved, and now we are moving on to item number 3, public hearing. This is the proposed budget amendment resolution for our RDA, so we'll let staff present and then.
I'm going to
open the-
interrupt you. Motion to open a public hearing.
Okay,
Second.
all right, we have a motion and a second for a public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Kristen.
All right. So we don't have a budget amendment, but we do have the proposed budget for the RDA. There's 5 districts in the RDA, and so this budget is for all 5 of them, only 2 of which are active. Are there any questions?
Can you just remind them about the payment on the property purchase out there, what we're doing
With the
that?
property purchase on 700 North, that is accounted for in the 700 North CDA. And that is the debt service payments will be, excuse me, there will be transfers from the general fund as well as the RDA fund into the debt service fund to make those payments.
All right, council, any other questions for staff regarding these items? See you all
What's
intently.
What's District 3 again?
That's down by Home Depot, like the Murdoch Hyundai area.
Home Depot and
a little-
Canopy Buildings and all of that. would-
Okay.
The Lindon Park CRA is just the Kia dealership. So it's down in that same area. So,
Okay.
okay.
Thanks.
Public comment? I make a
Right.
motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hooley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Back to you, council, now.
I'm ready to make a motion. I move to approve Resolution 2024-4-RDA.
I second that.
All right, motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. Any further discussion on the districts and their revenues? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, that concludes those items on the RDA.
I move to adjourn Lindon City RDA meeting and reconvene the Lindon City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hooley to adjourn and reconvene. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We are now back into the regular agenda. On to item number, 12. And this is our policy manual updates, as mentioned at the beginning of the meeting.
So this is a summary of the updates that we're proposing. Some of these are pretty minor, and just giving you, again, just the summary. Two things I want to bring to your attention. The 4.8, the purchase orders. This is something primarily the mayor is the only one that is signing these, and what we're asking to do is change. Right now, a purchase order is required. It's an administrative process for us to, a purchase order basically is reserving the funds in a budget line item. So somebody's saying, I'm gonna order this service or product, and it's anything over $2,500, we have to go through this PO process. And it is required to have a signature by myself or Kristen if it's between $2,500 and $10,000. We would like to increase those dollar amounts to $3,500 up to $50,000. Anything currently, sorry, I said $10,000. Anything currently over $20,000 requires the mayor's signature on that. Doesn't mean that it hasn't been approved by the council. This is just an arbitrary number that was picked. And so what we've found is this is going to expedite the PO process. It's going to enable us to process purchases or services or activities, projects that are being worked on faster. We have a lot that fall into that dollar amount between that $20,000 and $50,000 range. And so, Mayor, you're probably the one that is the most impacted on this. So anything over 20 and then under that 50 amount would just be approved by Kristen or myself. And then a PO we wouldn't require unless it was a $3,500 amount versus a $2,500 amount. So right now, so with the POs, we process that on a digital format. We've just changed to recently. I don't even know if you've gotten one of those. We've just started doing that in the last 2 weeks, where it's all through a software now that we have. And it's going in and clicking a button if you approve it. And so we'll get you set up on that soon.
Yep.
But
Okay.
So this
again,
is
very
stuff that-
administrative. Sorry, go ahead.
This is stuff that has been coming up. It does get bottlenecked because of these approvals, and changing this policy would make it a more streamlined and cost-saving.
Yes.
And I
Yeah.
think some of those figures reflect, just cost of doing business has gone up.
Things-
There's
things
this
have increased.
inflationary, kind of matching inflationary
Yeah.
cost of doing business.
Any concerns on that? Mayor, you okay with that?
What was the rationale for increasing the 25 to 35?
Exactly what the mayor just said. We're seeing things are more expensive now, and so not. Yeah, this is paperwork.
When it hits
that-
35, that's
right. So if it's less than 3,500, you do not need to get a purchase
Gotcha.
order.
Thanks.
And so, but in the grand scheme of things, we're seeing costs escalate and
Yeah.
more frequently having to get a PO because it's over 2,500 for a project or a service.
The PO process is just another way for greater transparency and extra eyes going on things. So, within a department, they can't just have those go out.
It is an extra layer of approval, and what's happened in the past, so whoever's requesting this, the department head signs the PO, submits it to our finance staff, they prepare some paperwork, and then it goes to Kristen, who codes it, makes sure that we have the funds, goes to me for approval, and then it'll go to the mayor's box. I'll text the mayor, say, is there something, time you can come in and sign this paperwork? And she'll come in a day or two and sign that. And so this is hopefully alleviating some of that.
That's great, thanks.
The other item that I just wanted to have a little discussion on, facility rentals, 6.18. This is something that has occasionally come up. This isn't just because of Van. He didn't have to raise his hand, but
I like that it spells it out clearly, and I like the policy a ton.
As I was reading this, I was thinking, well, what did Van do? Oh, yeah. Okay, makes sense.
We have had some issues in the past where there's been questions about some commercial activity or business activities that have been used or occurred as part of these free rentals. And then this helps clarify that that is not the intent of the free rentals. And then the political aspect of it, making sure that caucus meetings just fine, but other things, if it's for a political candidate, party, or partisan issue or similar events, that they would need to, they can rent the facility. Somebody can do that and rent and have an open house for a candidate, but you couldn't use your free rental for that.
Okay, this says caucus is going to be held when the employee is present. I feel like we've done caucuses at the community center, and there wasn't.
Hasn't been an employee. This is maybe not their free rentals. I don't know if they've rented that room.
Oh.
Yeah,
these are just
sometimes the parties, political parties
Okay.
may rent them.
Yeah, we just want somebody to be available as somebody that's a responsible party that's actually renting the facility.
Okay.
And so, yeah, there's still a rental agreement that is signed as part of this free rental. It's just there's no cost. So,
Well written, I like it, and I think
okay,
it
all right.
spells things out clearly.
I just have a quick question. So to offset costs of entities performing business activities that are not-for-profit and for-profit, both are excluded? That language is a little confusing to me.
Nor for-profit generating business ventures. Shall not be used to offset costs of entities performing business activities nor for-profit generating business ventures.
Okay, so if it's a not-for-profit entity,
Are you associated with it? That would be my question. So it's free rentals are primarily intended for family or social purpose activities.
so for
that the
example, we had
employee
a,
is associated
yeah,
with.
there's a Christian art show that recently came through. It's a not-for-profit entity, and I did gift them one of my one rental activity this past year. So it's a not-for-profit. It's a, you know, it's an interfaith group. They invite a lot of interfaith groups to come in and have an art show.
My personal opinion would not fit this. It's not something that you have as intended family or social purpose or activity that you are associated with. That would be my interpretation of that. So, because otherwise we've had this happen in the past where it was like, how about the Hispanic cultural group that somebody wanted to gift a free rental to? And there was other things like that, it's whatever, the ballet, that's a nonprofit, but they're charging to have students come take classes. Can they get a free rental?
Yeah, I would imagine
there's-
an event that was open to like this was an event open to the whole community, and there wasn't a charge or anything like that, and they had a concert. They had Nathan Osmond come sing and invited all the
Are they
interfaith
soliciting business in any way by holding that event?
They were soliciting donations for a South American charity. Yeah, so it's charitable cause. So I don't know, that's
my
something.
interpretation is that would not meet the intent of the free rental. But
And then the art show was open to the community free of charge, and the music presentation, so.
what's everybody else think? Does that?
So when you say it doesn't meet the intent, you're saying it's okay? Or are
He's
you
saying
saying,
it's not okay.
don't do
not-
that?
Yeah,
He's
this would
saying
not
not
be
okay,
something that
that
we would approve.
This
so.
language right now says it's only for the elected official or the employee's personal, family, or social purposes.
For
So it's-
instance, I'm a member of the Utah Valley Ham Radio Club. I've used my free rental in a pavilion for the Ham Radio Club to meet when I'm there. And so,
You're there.
I was there at the interfaith show. I didn't run it or put it on, but I was there. I came and supported it.
I don't know, what do you guys think? Is that?
But it's a fair discussion to clarify
Yeah,
things.
for sure.
Absolutely.
It's hard for me to say for sure because I don't know where the conflicts and problems have been when the person isn't there. But what I'm hearing you say is if you're a part of it, then you can use your free rental.
If it's not for business purposes. So we've had employees that have said, hey, we want to use a free rental and for a gathering, and then they held a boutique and where they're doing retail sales. I mean,
Okay.
so there's,
Right.
we want to make sure there's a clear line that business activity should not be subsidized by
Right.
our city funds.
I think I would agree with that. So that's where I was just,
So non-business and the employee or official is in that event, attending that event as part of something there.
That's the intent
This
of
is one
this.
of your benefits
Yes.
and how it's going to be used. Then there's the point, this will come out a little harsh, if you're that passionate about it, write a check.
And rent it outright.
Which Van did. I mean, he said, hey, I want to have a meet the candidate night for somebody that he supported, and he rented the facility and yeah, wrote a check, so.
Do you actually write a check? I don't write checks anymore, Ben.
This particular one was a cash transaction.
I guess the way that this is written, I wouldn't have known to exclude what you just said because we're hinging it on family or social purposes.
and this was also a community event, a
Yeah.
free community event for everybody to come attend. And, you know.
I think
Is
that's
this-
another
art sup-
issue on how we may want to do community
Is this
events.
something that you think will be repeating?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But it's it's a category, an example. Another one in a previous year, not that, this interfaith art show was fairly recent, but a couple years ago, there was a nonprofit symphony orchestra group that used it one time, the Powell Auditorium, for a rehearsal. So I helped book that, and I'm in that group. I perform with them, the Timpanogos Symphony. So I would
That
assume
feels different, yeah.
this is okay, yeah. So
The art show, we probably need to discuss more with Heath, because I know that he specifically mentioned some concerns to me about that, so. And I don't know
that's
what
not
those
a-
are, I'm sorry that he's not here.
Not a plan to
so.
repeat that, but just wanted to have clarification, you know, when it says not-for-profit generating business ventures or political, but if it's something
Right.
that's for the community, of community benefit, not for
Yep.
nonprofit,
Yeah.
how does the council
Maybe
feel
what
about
we
that?
should do is carve out an exception to allow you as council members to offer a couple of those to nonprofit type of groups instead of lumping it into this perk that's available to employees. That might be a better way to differentiate that.
Sorry, say
Yeah.
that one more time.
It's a different category.
Yeah, treat it separate.
Because what it sounds like you want to do is provide an option for nonprofit groups to get a free rental.
Yeah.
And even though they make money, they bring in revenue, but just because something's nonprofit doesn't mean they don't make revenue.
Sure.
And so that's where I think there's some concern. But maybe what we need to do, because I've had this request from council members in the past where they wanted to give a
There's
free
other
rental to these
situations besides
nonprofit
mine.
groups. So
For sure.
And
I'll write something new.
To
Yeah,
be
let's
honest,
look at that in the future, and I think this, for me, works good for here, and then we'll look at a new.
I've been involved
category.
in serving the city for 12 years, and I've used a city facility twice for free. I've foregone, how many do we get a year? 2 per year? 4 per year? I've foregone, do the math. A lot. So I just have 2 examples, so anyway.
Really quick to answer Lincoln's prior question about how to get something on the agenda. So in section 1.2, let me zoom this in. So we had a number of years ago, a council member that wanted something on the agenda and caused a little chaos. And for what
Where
it
is
was.
1.2? Is that on? I
That
don't
is
see
not
the-
in the summary,
That's
so
the
I
link.
pulled that up. If you go to that link, the PDF link that's at the top of your page.
Oh, that one,
You
okay.
can click on that, and that has the entire policies and procedures manual. And then 1.2 is on page 22. A city council agenda, the way to get that on there is through, in 2A, you can see there, you can request as city council members an item that's not previously directed by the majority of the council. Needs to be approved by the mayor prior to putting it on or posting the agenda. And the mayor's approval is not necessary for items that the city council members have already talked about in a work session or in a discussion like this. So this instance, we just said hey, let's create a new section in this policy manual. Everybody's kind of giving the head nod, so I'll bring that forward in some future meeting. So if it's a resident that says, I want to talk about swing sets in Friar Park, how do I get that on the agenda? You would need to, as a city council member, bring that up in your council report. Say I've had citizens that want to talk about that. That's something we can bring forward on an agenda. If everybody's like, yeah, we're fine with that, that's all you need to do. There's no formal process. If it's specific things like they want to change a zone or the general plan or a street, those are significant land use actions that we have applications for that they need to go through. But if it's very
And they can
minimal
always come to
items,
the open session for public comment.
They can do
At the
that.
beginning of the meeting, if they want to bring something to your attention. And
They
again,
can
get
on
your,
that, but that's not something that gets voted, that's a comment, it's just.
but often those
It
turn
might
into
start
future
the
agenda
discussion.
items. Those often do.
In that discussion, we can say, we want this to come into a future item that's on the agenda, that's noticed, so that you're doing everything in transparency. And then it can become a future agenda item.
So number one on there is that it's got to be in my office, the administrator's office, by noon on the Wednesday before the next council meeting. So we're not getting Friday night, somebody saying, hey, I want this on the agenda. I haven't talked to any council members. Adam, you need to put it on. That can't happen. And so that's kind of the scenario that drove creating this specific policy. We had somebody said, I want this on the agenda, put it on, and it made me feel very uncomfortable, and I think it made everybody feel uncomfortable, because when it got there, it was like, what is this, and why are we talking about this? So, read through that, Lincoln. If you have other questions, give me a call.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
That answers my question very well, thank you.
You ready for a motion?
Yes.
I move to approve Resolution 2024-12-R.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. Any further discussion? All right, we'll call to the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I heard a little quiet eye from
Jake
Jake.
was an aye?
Okay, any opposed?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we have those updates. Now we're moving on to item number 13, the Alpine School District reconfiguration options. This is just a review and discussion item. No action to be taken tonight. And we have had notice out to the public regarding the four-city meeting tomorrow afternoon in Orem, so.
Maybe you're gonna read it. Have those interlocal agreements actually been entered into?
Yes.
As per what you have written here?
So each
Yes,
of those cities have passed the interlocal agreements.
Both of those.
Yeah, I think what would be helpful, if we could, Mayor, I want to show the video from the joint Orem and Alpine School District Board meeting that happened April 30th, just within the last week. This is just, this is like 5 minutes, and I think this will be a good.
Yeah, so we met this morning, the Board of Education met this morning. They determined to look at option 3, which is a two-way split, and an option 3 and option 4. Option 3 is a two-way split, option 4 is a three-way split. Recommendation is to further study those, to
Sorry, and the person speaking is the superintendent of the Alpine School District.
certify those with the county, and then open that up at the May 14th board meeting for further study of those options. That would officially begin the 45-day requirement by state statute for public input. They also determined an additional board meeting for June 25th. So June 11th and June 25th will be the public hearing meetings where we take input on that. And then the board scheduled a July 12th meeting, which would be within 2 weeks after that 45-day period, to make a determination of what, if any, initiative, proposal, proposition to put on the ballot. It was discussed during that time that there have been some other cities that have entered into interlocal agreements and began that process as well. So that's kind of the state of where we're at right now. So I think we're in what we call phase 2. Phase 1 was having MGT review that information, make recommendation. Phase 2 now is the board reviewing that, and then they'll make a determination of whether or not to put that forward as a proposition for the November ballot.
Okay, so right now, just to clarify, you're looking at those two options, option 3 and 4?
Yes, 3 would be Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, Fairfield, Cedar Fort, and then Lehigh East. Option 4 is the same west configuration, Lehigh East to Pleasant Grove as a central, and then Pleasant Grove South as a east.
Okay.
We haven't labeled those east, but those were the 3 configurations.
And then so that's right now what you've decided, and then May 14th, you'll decide if you want to go further with that, or?
May 14th will begin, that will be when we officially declare to the public that is what we're seeking input on. That begins the statutory requirement for that 45-day public input.
Okay, so just to clarify, are you planning on going forward with both those options, or are you just looking at both those options now and then you'll decide something before May?
The intention of the board is to put both of those options out for public input.
Okay, all right, thank you. Tom?
If I may, could you said some cities have already entered into an interlocal agreement. I think most of us are aware of what that is, but could you clarify which cities have entered into an interlocal?
Yes, and I will have board members correct me if I err on this, but I believe that Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, Fairfield, and Cedar Fort have entered into a interlocal agreement to create a district in the west, and then Lehigh, Draper, Alpine, Highland, Cedar Hills, American Fork have entered into an interlocal agreement. Again, they're following the same statutory process. What they entered into an agreement is to begin the study of that for public input and feedback. When they officially begin that 45-day period, they will have to determine that. But what took place over the last couple of days is the initial stages of that, similar to what the board did this morning in their meeting. Does that answer your question?
So all cities, except for the 4 that would be in the southeast, have entered into an interlocal, to your knowledge?
That is my understanding.
And those cities would include Orem, Lindon, Vineyard, and Pleasant Grove, right? Those would be the remaining cities.
Those are the 4 that I understand have not, to this point, officially entered into an interlocal
agreement. Any other?
So I hope that was helpful. It's just kind of an introduction of where they're at right now. So later on in this meeting, this was again April 30th, so just last week, the district administrator confirmed, and they have several board members there, that they intend to put an item on the ballot. And so they said that is their current trajectory, is to narrow this down to hopefully one choice of that option 3 or 4 to put on the ballot district-wide. There was a lot of questions then about, well, what happens if, these other areas that have formed these interlocal agreements, if they choose to put something on the ballot and there's competing ballot initiatives, basically, or ballot decisions, and it sounds like that's still up for interpretation on whether or not Utah County would look at those and not put something on the ballot. So there was some uncertainty, let me phrase it that way, of how that might turn out.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
Just really quick, so to reiterate, so right now the board, Alpine School District Board, they are meeting again on May 14th. In addition to these meetings that we have with them this week, so their official board meeting, May 14th, and they will talk, and hopefully it sounds like from this meeting, they will discuss again option 3 or 4. Are they moving forward with one or both? They will then decide whether or not to move forward with their public hearings, which are tentatively scheduled right now for June 11th and June 25th. And then they have another board meeting scheduled for July 12th for a final decision on whether or not to put, again, item 3 or 4 or both on the ballot. The cities that have formed their interlocal agreements on those, based on that option, let me pull that back up. So essentially, this is what happened. The cities in the yellow there, Cedar Fort, Fairfield, Eagle Mountain, and Saratoga entered into an interlocal agreement, and it says within the agreement their intent is to split from the Alpine School District. So they're giving notice of that action, and then they'll go through the same process, set of public hearings that they have to hold. It was identified in this joint meeting that they had that each city has to hold 2 public hearings. And so for those 4 entities, that will be 2 public hearings for each entity. So 8 public hearings that the public can go to in the west. And then again, 2 hearings for each of the cities in the central green area. Again, the same process, 45-day public comment period or a study period with at least 2 public hearings for each entity is what they said in this meeting.
In each of those public hearings, so Cedar Fort has to hold 2.
Correct.
Can people from Fairfield go to Cedar Fort's, and do they have an option to make public comment, even though it's not in their city?
I don't know the answer to that. I would assume so. It's public. I don't think it's
Public
it's
meeting,
not
yeah.
restricted just to.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't say if you're from Orem, you can't speak in our meeting, but so.
A question for you, and this may be for you, Brian. If it's an interlocal agreement, or even in the Alpine School District, if it goes there, does every city have to approve it by more than 50% to have it pass? Or can, if you will, Eagle Mountain can rule for all 4 cities?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. It's once it goes in that district, they do a district-wide vote. So it's going to be if American Fork dominates or Lehigh dominates one way or the other, it's binding on all of the cities in there. Now, each individual city has to vote to put it on the agenda, on the ballot. Right now they're doing their public input, and they have to take an official vote to put it on. And if one of those city councils decides not to put it on, then there's another legal question that comes up. Can that go forward? Probably not, because the interlocal agreement, the study has been done on those cities as a district. But once all of the cities put it on the ballot, then it's a majority of the new district, right?
And that brings up the question that people might need to understand is, if Alpine School District puts an option on the ballot, it must pass across all 14 cities, where these interlocals, their initiative, if it's their ballot initiative, it's only within their interlocal. So their citizens in that interlocal can pass or fail.
It's just the majority of people in the district.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
You said it has to pass in all 14 cities, but
across the 14 cities.
Majority of voters in
yes.
all of the cities.
And so one of the
Alpine School District proposal
Correct.
versus
So,
an interlocal.
So within all of these colored areas, yellow, green, and blue, blue, it would be the majority of voters in that whole area if there's an Alpine School District ballot item.
Right. And so what the interlocal does, right, at this point, this is not a definitive that this will go to ballot, but it does open the dialogue. It is interesting to note that the 10 cities that have entered into these two different interlocals, all 44 elected officials were unanimous to start the interlocal process and the dialogue and the study and the public feedback, whether they should split according to that configuration.
They were all unanimous in getting
Entering
the
the
public
interlocal.
feedback.
To going in, to enter into the interlocal agreement. And then do they decide if it goes to the ballot at a future time?
Yes. They have to have another public
Have the
meeting.
public hearings,
Yeah.
feedback, and some of them are engaging with professional services to do studies. So I know that Lehigh, for example, they mentioned that one of the reasons that, in talking with them, spearheading the central group, one of the experts that they were relying on so far had said that they felt the sweet spot for enrollment. Right now, the school district is around close to 88,000 students, 87, whatever, some change.
84,703.
Okay. I saw a different figure, but I'll go with your figure. That dividing this way structurally starts with about 30, almost 30,000 per district, fairly distributed evenly, and that the sweet spot they were understood was about 30 to 50,000 students for scalability and efficiency of running a district, and that looking at the projected growth of not only the enrollment and the students that's occurring, but also the economic development that's coming online really quickly for their tax base being really strong. I know the West is feeling really confident. They just have such a huge lift of infrastructure they need to bond for to build a lot of schools, high schools, not feeling like across the 14 cities the constituencies are of a mindset to bond for the West as much as they need to do, and they feel like financially they're in a good spot to service the debt necessary and get those schools built sooner than later was their motivation. One of the things that Lehigh City had mentioned was in the analysis, the MGT analysis, it was just a snapshot on one level, O&M level. This district is dropping more information recently and is going to release some more, but there were some things at MGT, they didn't have a whole lot of confidence in just relying on their numbers. One of those was MGT only calculated a 10% growth over 10 years, and the consultant to Lehigh said that was way under forecasting. They've had the district has had 11.6% growth in just the last 5 years. So they felt confident the starting point of a three-way would leave everybody in a fairly healthy spot, and with the projected fast growth of the county. So I'm just sharing information, but even as it stands today, a three-way, Lehigh said Lehigh would be out of over 50 districts in the state currently. I think there's 56 total. Lehigh would be 6th largest. The West would be the 9th largest, and we in the South by default, as it's looking right now, if this were to proceed, we would be the 11th largest.
That's Lehigh doing it all by themselves, or their group?
If there was a three-way, let's say that comes to pass, as it stands today, based on the enrollment numbers today, starting out of 56 districts in the state of Utah, Lehigh would be the 6th largest.
Hang on.
The West
When
ninth.
you say Lehigh, you mean?
The Lehigh Central,
Okay, that's
because
what I wasn't
Lehigh's
sure.
kind of
This
spearheading.
green central area.
That's, okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand
Then
that.
11th. So they were looking at data, they were looking at, another factor was the representation right now. Let's say an Alpine School District board member right now has a larger representative square mile area than even a House state representative does.
Are there
So-
limits on how many board members there can be? I know, because many communities have said they're feeling like they're not being represented. What's the process, and kind of a moot point maybe anyway?
That
you
was a
move
discussion,
to-
yeah.
You add 2 more board members to,
So in this joint Orem meeting, I would encourage you to go watch that. It's on Orem's YouTube channel. It's under live videos. It was April 30th. It's about an hour and 10 minutes when they actually talk about this issue. They mentioned, one of the board members was talking about representation and saying that they had the majority of students actually in their area, and had fewer number of board members that represented those areas than Orem, PG, some of the other cities. They said every 10 years there's a reconfiguration of the board structure, and I'm assuming that's by statute in some fashion. So that was mentioned in their meeting. And I don't know where they're at with how many years they have left until they hit that 10, so.
did it answer if they could add more?
It didn't say
And if
that.
it took
They just said
your favorite legislators.
yeah, they
to
just mentioned,
run a
and it was confirmed, yeah, the board is restructured based on student populations every 10 years.
And there has been proposals to potentially increase board members. It hasn't occurred thus far. But
Proposals to who?
For Alpine School District to have a larger number of board members.
And Alpine School District Board rejected that?
No, it just hasn't been an initiative that's come forward yet to vote on. So I think the reconfiguration is part of that whole conversation as well. At this point is, what's the right size? I think when I've talked with other elected officials, I think everybody's in agreement that whatever happens, we need to look at the data, we need to look at what's best for the students, for the teachers, and to establish the right size going forward that will help each area. There won't be winners and losers in any of the configurations, that there will be an opportunity for all to thrive and be financially stable and equitable in how the assets are taken care of. But also looking forward to the growth, the tremendous growth that's going to be happening, so that some have mentioned, well, maybe we should just rip the Band-Aid off now because, you know, in a two-way, it could be good. Maybe a two-way is right now. Maybe a two-way then has to become another split fairly soon, you know, in the next 10 years. And then it's always it's a difficult process at any point, so.
Couple other just FYIs for you to think about. So if any of these interlocal agreements, if the cities opt to put it on the ballot, if that ballot passes, so let's say the green area central and the yellow area west, if the item goes in those areas onto the ballot and those pass, then that action to actually split the district does not occur for 32 months after the election. So it's basically 2.5 years. And so you would go, if that vote happens this November, you would go all of next school year and then all of the following school year, and then there's that summer before the new district effectually starts. And so you have basically 2 full school years of Alpine School District is still Alpine School District. It does not dissolve until that point. And so after that, I did get clarification. The mayor asked about, you know, doesn't Alpine just dissolve if any of these pass? And that is correct. Yes. So the school district effectively at that point is dissolved, and there would be either 2 or could be like Alpine stays the same, or it splits into 2, or depending on what item gets on the ballot, it splits into 3 like this. So then those become 2 or 3 new school districts. One of them could assume still the Alpine name. Something similar happened up when Canyons and Jordan split. That was through a different, as I researched that was actually a citizen, it was not a referendum, an initiative that was citizen driven. From the Canyons side, the bench side split from the west side. And so a little bit different process. It wasn't these interlocal agreement type of processes. That is new with new legislation that has allowed that to happen.
Speaking to that process, if I might add to that, Adam, for a minute, for what I understand, like he mentioned, ASD would keep running in that 32-month process. So let's say these go to ballot. Let's say these cities decide to send it to their ballot for their citizens. The citizens approve. Then the following year is when a board is elected and they start forming and getting the new district set up. They'll hire new superintendents, new attorneys, new CFO, along with that board elected. And then the next year is about dividing assets, allocating potentially all those different areas, and then hiring teachers and restaffing everything and making the agreements, the necessary agreements. So that's why it needs the full 32-month process before they open the doors as new district teaching the children. So
hopefully it could be done in that time frame.
that's typically the process. So.
Interestingly, and maybe this won't go this way, I hope, but the Canyons, Jordan, Google that. Google that split. And they ended up going into arbitration. They couldn't agree on assets between what went where, and it had to have a judge actually determine and divvy up final assets. And so there was litigation over splitting up of the district facilities and assets and debt. So it did not, looking to hindsight and reading just some news articles on it, does not look like it was a happy split.
So was that still accomplished in the 2.5 years?
I don't know that if that was under the same time
litigation
frame.
extend out that 2.5
Well, they're
years?
new districts. Their
Yeah,
districts are running.
it did it. There was a Tribune article that said they ended up having between both districts a $33 million deficit after it was all said and done. So, and that was not bonding for any new infrastructure. That was operational. So, it seemed like that took several years to get over that hurdle, but. Included in your staff report, so this was based off of the MGT study, and then Alpine School District released some additional slide information, and so we've included that here. That has options for this two-way split. They have estimated costs to households if a $200 million bond were required, and then estimates on operational costs for these splits. And if I go further down here, so the MGT study was those colored ones we just looked at, and then Alpine School District on the 24th of April came out with this updated numbers. And so I think, as the mayor mentioned, there was some concern that MGT didn't include enough information or not correct information. So the school district released this slide deck on the 24th, and I've just pulled a couple of those pages out to show you the differences on the dollar amounts for each option. So if you were to go to option 3, this is for 2 districts, splitting basically Saratoga and Eagle Mountain West, and then from Lehigh down to Orem. They have enrollment projection figures here that have been updated, and then costs between $100 million bond, if that was required, in their table, and then estimated cost per household. So for instance, on this option with 3 districts, they're estimating the operating costs increase to offset a $19 million deficit. In the Lindon, Orem, Pleasant Grove Vineyard option would be a $258 a year increase per household. So I would encourage you to look at those tables on this revised set of options and be familiar with the projected surplus or deficits for each of the district configurations. They did indicate on this meeting with the district for Wednesday that they will be adding capital costs to this set of numbers, basically. So this is just operational from what was explained to me. So,
does anyone have any insight? So what's called the West Side interlocal agreements, when Orem tried to split out, there was 70% or somewhere around that 70 percentile that voted against it. If the West passes, East Central doesn't pass, or one of these, because you have to be contiguous in your school district, right?
You don't. So this new legislation this year actually says that you do not need to be contiguous. And so in theory, the central district could fail. The West District could fail and the central district passed, and then our school district would be the blue and the yellow.
Okay. And along those lines, I think it'd be wise to look at the option 5, just for people to look at, tomorrow's meeting will be helpful to determine what would happen, but based off of Pleasant Grove's published comments on the matter, that also could be facing Lindon.
If Pleasant Grove was not part of
So it'd be like an
Lindon one.
option 7, which would be PG has its own district. It has over 5,000 students. So
Yeah, there were some districts in the state that do have that number of students. But my understanding is that, they could petition to join somewhere later at some later point. I mean, it's not like a done deal. As far as I do want to, the Orem Prop 2, there are many that, at that point, the state legislation was such that if a city wanted to leave or split off from a district and say invite a neighboring city to come along with them, that would be put on the ballot across the entire district. What the legislation has changed is that individual cities can now join, and then only their citizens will vote on that proposal. So Orem could not ask other cities to join them without it going across the whole 14-city Alpine School District. So they wanted to kind of propose that and then potentially maybe invite other cities to join down the road. There are many people who just didn't feel confident in Orem becoming a singular district, but anecdotally, there's many who say, well, if it wasn't just Orem, they would have been more comfortable with that. But that's water under the bridge, and at this point, the legislation is such that we have this, these cities can now take that opportunity to kind of band together, and I think what they're voicing is we want to kind of take our destiny in our own hands and not be subject to, the citizenry across 14 districts calling the shots. I think that's about representation. A lot of them are kind of feeling they want to have more local, close representation is a big part of their motivation.
At a very significant cost.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the numbers are, it's still, as far as a significant cost, I think the West is cognizant that they have hundreds of millions of dollars they need to bond for, and service that debt, and they feel that needed to happen yesterday. And so they're just frustrated that when the bond failed, they don't have confidence that they can get the bonding necessary with a complete Alpine School District citizenry voting on that. And they feel that now they have the economic development and the projected growth of housing and families and students that they want to get this taken care of. So
I had a question. Adam, we had a lot of these. So you might have, don't know if this is something I sent to you. So the county does not, to my knowledge, have this is the date that you have to get it to us by for us to consider to put it on the ballot, August-ish. And so what's the drop dead if another interlocal were to be entered? What is the last possible day to execute that to meet the 45-day window?
Brian's done some research on this with Orem's attorneys. We believe that is May 17th.
Yeah, I'd heard like May 14th, 15th, 17th. Okay, May 17th.
something else
And
I think.
that's time to get us the studies and get all the public hearings and go through that and go through that process. So that's
45 days.
everything, yeah.
And that would end us in July, some
the-
point, like the 45 days. Are you saying the clock
Yeah.
needs to start May 17th, the 45-day?
Yeah.
In order to hit all of the deadlines and hearing dates and decisions, yes, we would have to start.
May 17th.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
that's super helpful. Thank you so
yeah.
much.
Something I
What
think is
that,
also helpful.
9 days?
I know, no big deal.
Something else I think is also helpful is that students are not going to be confined to the district they reside in. Right now, boundaries will be fairly fluid as far as if my child wants, to go to a special program, a language immersion or whatnot, you're not confined in your district. You can take your tax dollars and that child can go attend the school of their choice. The Utah Fits All legislation that recently occurred, allows parents now to have a lot more school choice, kind of like a voucher that they can apply to private school, online school, homeschool. I mean, the public schools are in some ways in direct competition. And I think we need to continue to maintain excellence in our schools so that they are competitive and they're meeting what parents and students need. So anyway, I just wanted that to be clear, that you're not going to be, for example, let's say the line was drawn. Let's just pretend Orem had become their own district according to Prop 2. Many of their students come to Oak Canyon. We have students that go down to some of their schools. They still, even in this scenario of a two-way split potentially or a three-way, people will still have that flexibility to attend where they need to.
Cool. So listening to this joint meeting with the district and Orem, it seems clear to me there's a few individuals on Orem's council that would like Orem, Vineyard, Lindon, and Pleasant Grove to enter into their own interlocal agreement. There's a few that do not. And so I think in this meeting tomorrow, that's likely a question that will be posed to you as council members for Lindon, is whether or not Lindon wants to enter into an interlocal agreement. And what that would, I think from me interpreting their opinions and that were expressed, that would enable, in their opinion, these people in the blue cities to vote to split from Alpine School District or not. So they could say yes or no on a split. One of the other council members that didn't feel like that was in the best interest in his mind mentioned an option of, well, what if people feel that keeping just two areas like this is the best? So Lehigh down to Orem said that if we put an interlocal agreement together between PG, Lindon, Vineyard, and Orem and it passes, but thinking that citizens want this smaller area, then that would create a 3-district option. And so there were several comments about residents likely being confused about the number of things on a ballot. This year is a presidential election year. It's got federal items for federal candidates. It's got state offices that, not state, it's federal representation for the state. We will have a couple constitutional, Utah Constitution questions that will be on the ballot. It sounded from their meeting that we'll have an Alpine School District item on the ballot. And then for these cities that enter into interlocal agreements, they'll have another decision to make. And so lots of things for residents, citizens to get educated on. And there was several comments about how this is confusing to those that are making the decisions. And so.
And that is still a legal question being explored. From my understanding is that the cities that have entered into interlocal might preempt the districts being able to put a confusing or conflicting initiative on the ballot as well. That's being looked into. That's why they did what they did. They noticed and did their vote to enter those interlocals at the timing they did, so that they had first rights on the ballot, so to speak. You're nodding your head, Brian. And for what
I just know it's a legal question.
Yeah, it's a legal question right now, but they are, I think some of those cities are confident that they, according to their legal counsel, that they would have priority on the ballot. And I know in past discussions, the district indicated they would not necessarily want to enter and confuse the voters with a competing initiative. But that's, again, these are all being discussed right now.
So logistically, tomorrow's clearly not a voting meeting, it's a discussion. We talk. If it did go down the lane of wanting an interlocal, we would need to schedule another meeting and vote as a council. There would be a drafting of an agreement, and the vote would be should we or should we not join this written agreement? Is that the logistics? So we would need to hold like a session on, would notice it and hold it Monday, the 13th or something, so that we could get the ball rolling by the 17th?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Right.
Something that I hope the discussion can illuminate tomorrow is an interlocal a definitive signaling that we're trying to accomplish a three-way, or is the interlocal just signaling that we want to open studies and discussion and public feedback?
And the reality of the word study, if we're talking about a 45-day turnaround, we would also have an issue of, would we spend money, and if it's even possible to spend money to have outside support on this?
I think what a lot of the cities are doing is they're relying on MGT's some of their stuff as a foundation, but then they're also doing additional work on that. And so I think a lot of them are planning to collaborate and share that information with one another. So hopefully it'll be fairly collaborative, but that's something to discuss tomorrow, like what are all the ins and outs of how that would proceed.
Yeah, because an interlocal doesn't unlock restricted data. And so the data dump on Wednesday will be interesting and informative as well, to see what else we don't have that we could have. And then to have the human capital within Lindon City to process that in the most sophisticated way possible. Projections are tricky stats. And so I think we'll have a cascade of decisions to make coming up if we wanted that study to be as valid as possible.
Yeah, one of the concerns, and again, this is another legal question. If West and Central successfully pass that they're going to go to ballot and then it's successfully voted upon by their voters, their citizens to pass, by default, we become the leftover district. Yes. Do we lose a seat at the table as far as how the debt is divided or the assets are divided? I mean, those are all questions that some people are raising in that issue. Like, what's our voice? Do we want to find out what our citizens want? Two-way, three-way, option 3, option 4. So those are questions to flesh out.
For sure. There's a few people here, Mayor,
Yes,
that
there's a few
came to
people
listen
here.
to you and have been here for a couple hours. This
They've
is
been
not a
very
public
patient.
hearing. It is just a discussion, but it's up to you if you want to take
No,
any
we
public
welcome
comment.
We
some.
always welcome comments.
We're always welcome comments.
Come on down.
So come on up and state your name. And we just appreciate it to be succinct as you can.
Yeah, I had prepared something to read, but I think I'm kind of sum up something really short and maybe give a little background. My name is Seth Cox. Talked with some of you about this. Lived in Lindon for 8 years, resident of Lehigh for basically most of the rest of my life. My dad was an elementary school teacher and legislator. He, in fact, was the one who drafted the legislation that enabled canyons to break off from Jordan School District. So I've had a long history with front row seat to a lot of the discussions about dividing districts and stuff like that. I wanted to just say, Mayor, you did a great job in talking about a lot of the issues. It's obvious that you've been in contact and keeping tabs on a lot of this. I did want to correct one thing that you mentioned. If Orem, PG, Lindon, Vineyard becomes its own district, we will be the 9th largest district.
Did I flip those
It's
numbers?
the West that will be the 11th largest.
Thank you.
But growing, likely get into the top 10 very quickly after that. So that's one point I want to make very clear, is that we're not creating tiny school districts. These are still going to be top 10 school districts in the state of Utah. They're going to be very financially viable districts. I've been hearing a few people bringing up a few thoughts of, well, maybe we should split into 2 now, and then if we want to, split into 3. This is a very long process. It's been in the works for a long time. Nobody wants to split twice. Nobody wants to go through this twice. I'm not going to paint us sunshine and roses that a split is going to be all happy-go-lucky. There are real decisions, as we saw the Canyons, Jordan decisions that needed to be made. there's growing pains. But overall, I do firmly believe that this is in the best interest of the students and teachers, even though I know, and my dad knew as a teacher, there's a lot of concerns for those teachers right now. A lot of them are opposed to this effort, and I understand those oppositions. Anyway.
You said this is the best, but you didn't say what the best was.
My opinion is breaking at least one into two is better than staying whole as one. There's too many competing interests. There's, we haven't been able to pass a bond. I don't think we'll get to pass another bond. The last one was over $500 million. That price tag scares people. And I think that is something that should really take center stage here. It's why the district started studying it in the first place, is because the bond didn't pass. So the other part to me that's very important is that I don't feel like the district has had equal and adequate representation for a long time. One of the board members mentioned in the last board meeting that 2 of the board members represented 50% of the students almost. Yeah, 48%. And that's just not fair. And they have a lot of needs out there. I completely understand. Having lived in Lehigh for a little while, my kids were going to Sago Lily Elementary, over 1,000 students in the elementary, 5 grades per class, or 5 classes per grade. It was not a good situation, and I have loved Aspen Elementary, where my kids go. It is perfect size, wonderful. So representation is a problem, and I wanted to point out that adding board members doesn't really solve the problem. Right now, each school board member has about 12 schools that they represent. That's a lot of schools to go to. And I've been on the school community councils at Aspen, Oak Canyon, Timpanogos for several years now. I have maybe had 1 per year board member come and visit our school community councils. And I understand that because they are too busy. It's a part-time job, but they are 12-hour days.
So why you made the comment that more board members doesn't help that? It seems contradictory to what you're saying.
Well, they can only go from 7 to 9. I don't believe they can go more than 9. And so
laws can be changed. Statutes can be changed.
Laws can be changed. I think you'll still find that the dynamics of, you get a few more board members out west, you get a few more board members in the east, there's still going to be the conflicting interests there. And again, if you go however many board members we want to get, we're still dealing with a whole lot of schools per board member. And whereas in a split, if we have 7 board members, 7 board members, 7 board members, that's 21 board members. I don't think we want a 21 board member school board. But in a split, we would get representation for 21 board members. So that's one thought there. Really quick, as far as the assets just distributed by law, it talks about how those need to be done pretty equally, and that's all decisions that wouldn't be made by new districts. I believe that the thing that would happen if both the West and the Central break off, we would also become qualified as a new district. We would have to vote for new board members, and that would all be coming forward. The last thing that I'm concerned about is I watched the PG City Council meeting, and I'm concerned that they're being short-sighted. There's a very real possibility, it's not guaranteed by any means, but there's a real possibility we could be a district, Lindon and PG Vineyard. We should at least be researching that and looking forward, acting instead of reacting to that possibility. And maybe we don't need to form an interlocal agreement, maybe we do, but I think we need to step up to that reality. And I think that needs to be stressed tomorrow at the meeting with PG is, whether you want it or not, this could be forced on you. So it's better to go in with your eyes wide open instead of kicking and screaming. I think that's all that I wanted to say. Is there any questions? And I appreciated the questions that you guys asked too. And I'd be happy to answer more later on.
Could I throw some numbers past you to see if they jive with what you've read? I appreciate all the work you've done.
Yeah.
So Lindon Orem Vineyard, it's about 18,100 students, so we would be under the 20,000 cap, would put us to a 5-member board. And when I count it,
Sorry, did you say Lindon, Orem, PG, and Vineyard?
just the 3, Lindon
just
Orem Vineyard.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So PG continued the
Yeah.
path. So it'd be 18-1. And board member spots are they take the district, take the registered voters, divide it by 5, or board members, and then they try to make it so that the pieces make sense. They don't want to cut off things. Does that track with your understanding of how?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was just doing some calculations about representation as operationalized by number of board seats, using those numbers to try to see how Lindon would be positioned in the options facing them. And I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. Because under option east-west, with Lehigh being east, Lindon, given the registered voters, we'd have about 0.3 reps. Option 4, which would be PG included, right? We're at 0.46, so 0.5. And then option 5, Lindon Orem Vineyard, would be at 0.6. So there is incremental, there's an increase with each, and like you'd said, the number of schools being supervised by the boards would also change drastically. Is this tracking with kind of your understanding of what representation, because I've heard people like representation, local control, is it being operationalized as number of board members allocated to a geographical sub-district? Is that how it's being operationalized, do you think?
Yeah, so, for example, our current board member makeup, let me put it this way, to even run for school board right now is a monumental effort, and our 2 nice ladies that are here are both running for school board.
I know, right?
They know it more than even I do.
Yes.
It is a monumental effort. It is, like we mentioned, it's larger than a state
House of
representative
Yeah,
district.
it's very onerous for sure.
And State House of Representatives have the advantage of, they can go to convention, they can win at convention, get the nomination, they can have the backing of a party, whereas a school board member has no backing. Yeah. And so trying to run for school board, and let's put this in, a lot of times we're talking about some of our more vulnerable populations. What if there is a minority group who's got somebody who's like, we're not getting our needs met, we're not getting represented. They want to run for school board. How are they going to do that when school board districts are this large?
So big, yeah.
It's very limiting on what it can do. And as I said, school board members are devoting full-time jobs to this.
Yeah.
And I think it's unfair that we ask them to do that.
It's a lot. Great, so
And
to
so
make
just to
sure that I got
clarify,
you.
for those that are listening, the board membership is not determined by number of students in a geographical area. It's determined by voters, registered voters.
Yeah.
So
It
different
changes the numbers
modality.
significantly. Lindon Vineyard's technically larger population-wise, but we have about 1,000 more registered voters. And so it changes representation. Okay, I just wanted to make sure after reading everything I have, when people are saying local control, representation, if at the forefront that is number of board seats assigned to and it sounds like, at least for you, not speaking for everyone, but for you, that's where it's tracking. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Yeah, appreciate it, Seth.
And I think speaking to the local control, again, one of the concerns that happened was, the announcement of closing a lot of schools here in Lindon, Orem, Pleasant Grove was closed, one in Orem again. And I think when I talk to those that represent the West, they say, my goodness, we are overflowing. We're in all these, we have people having to drive a great distance for these magnet schools because we haven't been able to build their neighborhood schools. It's not fair you have neighborhood schools. And then I say, well, would you want neighborhood schools that are walkable and bikeable? Well, of course we do, right? A walkable, bikeable neighborhood school is a hub. It's an economic center. It's a connector for that community. And so what I hear residents, my children are done going to school, and I will be paying taxes for the next several decades, but I am willing to pay a little bit more taxes to make sure our local schools stay open and are walkable, bikeable, not where people are driving big distances to, for 1,000+ kids in an elementary. That's not a model I think we want, and I don't think the West wants it, and that's why they're making the moves they are. So, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Alicia Alba. I've had a chance to meet with most of you, I think, but I would welcome the chance to meet with anybody who I haven't. Is the microphone working okay? Yep. All right. I do live in Lindon. I have children in our schools at Rocky Mountain, Oak Canyon, and Pleasant Grove, and Timpanogos High School. So kind of spread all over the place. I'm also a PTA leader, and then I, as mentioned earlier, am running for school board to represent East Lindon PG and East AF. I had written up an entirely different remark that I was going to make, but right before this meeting, I had the chance to chat on the phone with Senator Grover, who was the one who helped work the reconfiguration bill, and also I was able to chat with his legal analyst, and so I wanted to just provide some clarification for some of the things which they shared there. And then Emily Peterson's very kindly going to be reading a portion of my remarks for me, along with her own. Bless her. Anyways, so first off, the question that you guys raised about the number of board members who, how's that determined? The code you're looking for is actually 20A 14202, and it says that if you have less than 10,000 students, you get 5. If you get between 10,000 and 50,000, you have 7, and then beyond that it goes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So that's where that code is. And then...
Thank you.
You're welcome. So one of the questions, I just asked him several questions that had come up repeatedly as I've been having conversations about this, and I want to clarify, I'm not a legal analyst. My background's actually in education. I have a master's in education, and I love the law, and I like digging into it, but I am not a lawyer. So this is to the best of my understanding. I'm going to read the notes primarily just so that I don't mess something up. The first question I asked was, can you end up having a split geographical district? For example, and you guys mentioned this, if East and West both vote that they want to stay ASD, but the Central says we're out of here, the law actually did not remove the contiguous requirement. And so it's still in there, which means that the East and West would not be a single district. The Central leaving would essentially create 3 districts.
Great.
And they also said that they would be happy to clarify that in a special session for the legislature if necessary, but that's how that would go. They wouldn't leave us to isolated but single districts. The next question that I asked was, can conflicting initiatives appear on a ballot? Like, for example, can ASD put option 3 on the ballot and then the interlocals put what is essentially option 4 on the ballot? And if so, which one would get precedent? And yes, they could put both on the ballot. It would be very confusing. And who would prevail is not yet answered in code. However, the legislature would probably hold a special session to determine which one would prevail. And there was an amendment that was written when the reconfiguration was put, like when that bill passed, and then that amendment, it clearly outlined the precedent order. And interlocals would get precedence over a school board, which means that ASD's initiative then would not be on the ballot at all if this special session happens and follows what the language is in the amendment, and instead it would only be the interlocals who are able to put something on there. One other point that he brought up was that any single entity is not permitted to submit more than one initiative for certification. And so, as in Alpine School District could not put both a 2-way and a 3-way option. They cannot even get them both certified. It's likely that they're going to have to restart their process that they've already tried to start. They're going to have to choose now whether they're going to go on a 2-way split or a 3-way split, which means since they passed the 2-way split option with their board unanimously, all 7 members said yes, and the 3-way split option was 4-3, it's quite likely that the 2-way split is the only one that is going to be possible if Alpine School District puts something forward on the ballot. However, let me make sure I didn't miss anything there.
Could you repeat the code? I looked it up and I couldn't find it.
Sure. The code for the number of school board, it's 20 A 14202. Was effective May 4th of 2022.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, so I think I got everything in there. So
however.
all this to say, the only way that option 3 would happen then is if the interlocals decide not to move forward with something, and then ASD was able to move forward with that option 3 two-way split. In the other case, you would have, if the interlocals put something forward, you would have what is essentially a 4-way split. And Emily's got some interesting information that she'll share about how if the interlocals put the things on the ballot, we could still end up with a result that is a single district, or that is split in 2, or that is split in 3, or that is even split in 4, depending on who joins and doesn't join interlocals. However, anybody who does not have an interlocal for their area would not have a vote. Their fate would just be determined by what was voted on in the different sections or the other areas of the district. This was also very interesting. A city, however, could enter into more than one interlocal agreement. For example, Lindon could make an interlocal with Orem and Vineyard, and then Lindon could also make an additional one with Orem, Vineyard, and PG, and Lindon could make an additional one with Orem, and it goes on and on and on, right? You can have multiple ones, and each one of those agreements could submit an initiative to the county clerk for certification, and if they did so, they would still have to have the public hearings for each of those things, but it could be a single, you could do a public hearing like you guys do, right? We're gonna close this meeting, we're gonna do the little RDA section, and then we're gonna open the meeting back up, right? You could do that, so you could say, okay, this is a public hearing for ABC, closed. Here it is for ABCD, those different interlocal agreements that you put together. And so that's the information on that. Next, what happens if one city withdraws from an interlocal agreement? Is the entire interlocal agreement dissolved? So the answer is yes. The entire agreement does fall apart if any one participant withdraws. So if we, for example, made a 4-city district with Lindon, Orem, Vineyard, PG, and then PG later decided that it would be in their best interest to not be a part of that, and they withdrew, then the entire thing would not be valid, and we would not be able to put anything on the ballot for our voters to vote on in the fall, which is why it's really in our best interest to leave as many options on the table as possible. And then when you're creating those different agreements, just being very clear with the public. We are doing this because we're not signaling that we know best right now. We're signaling that we want opportunities to be informed, to do studies, to figure things out, and then leave all of those different doors of opportunity open to ourselves in the future with the plan that, of course, we're not going to move forward with all 5 interlocal agreements. We can't. We'll determine what the best path is, and then we will act upon that. Let's see. I'm almost done. Thank you for your patience. If an interlocal area votes no to forming a new district, but the other ones vote yes, the entire thing is dissolved. Alpine School District, you then become the new and the new, and the new, their names are slightly different, the new school district versus the new reconfigured school district, but essentially nobody's left holding the bag, nobody's left with the baggage of just inheriting Alpine School District's unallocated debt or any other things of that nature. Everybody gets a fresh start, fresh school board, etc. And so really, all this to say that I don't see any drawbacks for us to form interlocal agreements. The only drawbacks I see is if we leave people without a place to vote here in our area. So these are kind of my last 4 points. There are no major drawbacks for having agreements as long as we are clear in our messaging about why we are forming them. First, we are forming them because we do not want to be pigeonholed right now into having to choose just one possible option, as we need more information. 2, we want to facilitate robust data gathering and analyzing in collaboration with Alpine School District. As they mentioned in the recording, they are welcoming partnering with cities. You guys have access to information they don't have, and vice versa. So that's in our best interest. Also, these are all non-binding. We can clarify that with the public when we announce multiple agreements. We can say, this is just an opportunity for us to look at these different options and to not be tied to one right now. And then over the next 45 days, as we have our 2 public hearings and then our ultimate place where we do vote on what goes on the ballot, that's when we can pull out and say, okay, this one's not going to work. Glad we looked at it, but that one's off the table, and we go down to just one. And then finally, the real underlying reason to ensure that, or to form these interlocals, is to ensure that our voters and our citizens are empowered and have a voice in what happens in our schools and our communities. Without an interlocal, and with the way the law is working, with the precedent and priorities, this is really the only path forward that is a guaranteed way for us to have a say. And so, since I believe in self-governance, self-determination, and in really having informed decision that are, informed by good data and also by public feedback, I urge you to please, please, please consider forming interlocal agreements, plural. And if you have any questions, I think most of you, I think I've sent you all my phone number. Contact me, let me know. And I know that it's late, so I'm going to step away. But thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Good evening. I will be very, very brief.
Could you please introduce yourself?
Yes,
Thank
I am Emily Peterson. I live in Orem, and I am running for school board, and I would be representing West Lindon. My children go to Rocky Mountain and Oak Canyon, and I actually live like 2 houses away from Lindon. So I've been following your meeting closely. All of this affects me too. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, I wanted to echo what you said about Orem. 73% did say no to Prop 2, but mostly the reason I voted no is because my children go to Lindon schools, and I wanted to make sure that Lindon especially, and also Vineyard was part of that, because our communities are so intertwined. The other thing, this is the only 2 things I wanted to say, is I wanted to talk for just one moment about representation, because it's something that we've been talking a lot about tonight.
Yeah.
And it is a lot more about the needs of the different communities rather than a number of people representing a number of people. So right now we're seeing that we need, in Orem and Lindon, we need our schools fixed. And in the West, they need new schools. And we're having a really hard time getting all of those things done, because our community is saying, well, I'd love to help in the West, but my school needs to be fixed. And in the West, they're saying, well, just close your schools and make a magnet school. And we're saying, but we don't want that. And so what we're finding ourselves in is an impasse. And so when we're talking about representation, we're talking about representation for the communities and the different needs that we have, and how we want a smaller district so that we can keep our neighborhood schools, so we can maintain the programs that we love. And thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, council. Well, this is a discussion item. No decisions to be made at this point, and we have this meeting tomorrow to flesh out with our other elected officials and their staff as well that are weighing in on this. A lot of information to digest, and potentially, unfortunately, a very short timeline is upon us.
Yes.
To decide if, and so anyway, it'll be interesting to see what Alpine decides to do as well, their board. So interesting thoughts. Thank you.
Adam, you live in Springville, right? Payson. You're not in the school district at all, right?
No, I'm in Nebo.
I just want to say thank you. You have been feeding us information and giving us updates and telling us what's been going on. And I've been looking at most of these things, and this isn't even in your school district. I really, really appreciate your commitment to Lindon as a city and what you do for us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Council, any further discussion? Feel good about that?
Mayor, and you can take this or leave it, I would be interested to know where everybody stands at this point with the information that you've been given, and partly because if after tomorrow there's a majority that want to enter into an interlocal agreement, we have
Plural,
to act
interlocal.
fast. And so we would be needing to schedule a special public meeting and reviewing some document that I'm sure will probably get circulated from some of these other cities. But so I'm just throwing that out. In my opinion, it would be helpful to know, is there at least 3 individuals on the council that want to pursue an interlocal agreement or not at this point?
Pretty tough question when 40% of us are gone tonight.
Well, Jake, are you still here?
Still here,
Ah, there you go.
So you're only missing
Nice,
one.
Awake.
Man, Jake.
Down to 20%, but if you
And-
make me go first on that question, I might have some connectivity issues.
Yeah, and Steve, for the record, Steve did send an email earlier today indicating that he was, let me read it instead of.
Well, that he's in favor of a two-way district, not a
Correct.
three-way, is the summary
Yeah.
of his comments.
I'm still gathering data and information, talking to people. So it's not a large sample size, but everybody I've talked to is for the two districts. The west for them to go, and then the east and central stay together.
So I think your question might be specific about interlocal agreements. I don't think there's enough time to get in multiple interlocal agreements. I think tomorrow, I would be happy to enter into interlocal agreement with that group that we're in the east, to do further study. I personally believe the two district split is better and in the best interest, but I'm happy to engage in discussions and studies and interlocal agreements with Orem and PG.
Okay, I'll just throw this question out there. What if other cities you want to do an interlocal agreement do not?
Yeah.
Right, I
How's the
think-
persuading process? How's the?
The challenge lies is trying to get, where these groups have already formed their interlocal agreements, I think it'd be pretty tough to try and get them to also have interlocal agreements for
Unless
studies.
they're willing to do,
Yeah.
that these are options that can be pursued, that they may have that interest, they may not.
But this is a lot of information for anyone to try and consume everything that's been discussed and brought up. And some of the discussion was happening here. I'm looking over here and I'm seeing some eyes being raised. I don't know that anybody has a very, very clear understanding of this whole thing.
Certainly, almost everything we say is if.
Right?
And then, and we don't control a lot of those ifs.
So did I give you the feedback you wanted to hear?
I think that was helpful. Yeah, it's better than the silence that may have come out of this discussion, so.
Adam, if I could give my opinion, I'm with Van, still gathering information, still very open-minded and excited to meet with our other councils, our sister cities. Actually, Mayor Fulmer's up here with me today at this conference and had a chance to talk to her. And so I'm still open. The research, the data, the many teachers, administrators, and employees of Alpine School District that I've talked to, it seems to me that an Orem to Lehigh district is in the benefit of our citizens, I think, but still trying to gather data to confirm that is what's best for the children first and foremost, best for our Lindon residents from a financial standpoint. And so I find myself leaning that way to an Orem Lehigh district, but still, trying to gather. There's so much information on this, and trying to gather that and try to understand it all. So, very similar to, maybe not as concrete as Steve, but leaning that way. Similar to Lincoln and Van as well. I think we're all kind of leaning that way, but open to more information and gathering information and making the best decision for the city.
The viability of this can only be answered by Tuesday and Wednesday's meetings for me. Politically on Tuesday, because if PG comes in and says, no, we're sticking with no. If Vineyard comes in and says no, and then it leaves us with Lindon and Orem, that is less tenable for sure for me. So I feel like I need that piece. And then Wednesday with the capital improvement, when I was starting to just go through some of the capital improvements, it's like almost a totally different financial picture. And so I need Tuesday and Wednesday.
You want option 8 and 9 and 10.
I know, I know. So I need Tuesday and Wednesday, truthfully. But I feel like after those two meetings, I'm happy to send an email to say, this is where I fall, if we need to hold a meeting. But I don't know. The straw polling I've done, I've been in communication with other sister cities and the analysis, it's just, but things are changing and moving so quickly that those could be previous opinions, and so maybe they will have changed, but the straw polling led it to not be not politically in the sense of political, but just number of cities willing to do it. And so if that bears out tomorrow, I feel like the discussion's kind of done. If we don't have more than one other city that wants to do this. I mean, talking about multiple interlocals feels like it's eons away with the conversations that have been going on, but that would be interesting. I hadn't even thought about that. That's a really great point. So, sorry, that's super helpful.
And an interlocal is to explore.
Yes, and. I like how you pointed out, Alicia, that messaging is important from us, because the messaging in some of the other interlocals have not been about fact-finding. It's been about cementing. And so I can see why there's a mixed perception.
I mean, when I talk with those elected officials, I believe it's a fact-finding. They're doing their own studies.
I think their published comments, though, don't create the same sort of, hey, we're just bringing it all to the table. But that's two different readings.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind, the language in both interlocal agreements, the East and the West signed, it is specific, says this is our intent to sever our relationship, our ties with Alpine School District. I mean, it says that in a sentence. And so to me, if you're passing an interlocal agreement, you are declaring to the public, if that is a required statement in those interlocal agreements, that you intend to separate from the district. So just that's something that we can clarify.
So that goes back to that if that you threw in there too.
Is it
If it's a
that
requirement.
we intend to separate, or we want to put it on the ballot to give
let
the
me read
citizens
this. So-
permission?
Yeah, it'd be interesting if you could say,
Creation,
we want
this
to
is-
enter an agreement to study it.
Let me share this. So this is the new legislation that was passed. Creation of a new school district by interlocal agreement participants and procedures to follow. So you are, by entering into an interlocal agreement, you are starting the process to create a new school district. It's not starting the process to just study it. You are starting the process to create a new school district. And
It's
so-
both, I would say. I would say it's both.
That's
'cause-
what you're signaling to
'cause
the public, though.
It's a
I
signal,
want
but
you to make-
then after public feedback and comment, they may not vote to put it on the ballot.
That's correct. Yes. But you do have to go through this act of saying your intent is to potentially leave the district. So I just want to make sure that's out there. Also, I would encourage you in your discussion tomorrow to be more upfront with your opinions on this. Because what I've heard tonight is a couple individuals that are open to more study. What you're going to feel pressured to do then is to enter into an interlocal agreement so we can study this more. You can study this without an interlocal agreement.
For sure.
And so, but that's what I think the message is going to come across from a few individuals is going to be, yes, do an interlocal agreement then if you want more study. If that's not your intent, I would make that very clear.
I think having the superintendent there tomorrow will be very helpful as well, because he can express, like I said, I think everyone that's coming together tomorrow wants us to be collaborative.
Yeah.
And really good dialogue and honest feedback and dialogue, so the superintendent can also weigh in on what he feels is a good path forward as well, from their point of view. And I don't know if any board members will be in attendance tomorrow, Alpine District Board. But then Wednesday's meeting, just for those that are wondering what we're referring to, this is a sharing information session that Alpine School District is hosting about additional reconfiguration data that they're sharing, so with the elected officials to come attend. So the good news is that this is happening in a very friendly manner, which is, at least with the four cities coming together and trying to figure out the way forward, what the options should or could be, who should lead out or not, or, right? We're kind of trying to wrap our heads around it, so.
So let me ask the question here. I'm just looking at logistics. Do we need to schedule a meeting to talk about this again after the Tuesday and Wednesday meetings?
I think the council.
Possible, let us see how
Yeah, I
those
think the
meetings go.
council will have to give something to you by no later than Thursday morning, Thursday day. Does that give us enough lead time to notice if the
Well, what-
council wants to?
What is that, though? Is that a majority of council members, or do we just set a meeting to just say, we're not doing this, or we are?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the,
Is it one person says, I want to meet, and then we have to have a
We
meeting?
have to have a majority say, we're looking into furthering interlocals.
But if you're
options or
having that
agreements.
discussion by email, I think that's something you need to do in a public meeting.
for sure. Were you gonna say something?
If it's just me saying, are we holding a meeting, and you guys are discussing yes or no, that's
A meeting
discussion that
to-
needs to be in
okay,
public.
I see what you're saying.
So what are the disadvantages to scheduling it, canceling it?
There is none, I
Okay.
don't think. I mean, it takes a few minutes to prepare an agenda, and then we can cancel that. But we do have to give 24 hours of notice, so I'm pulling up the calendar here. So we're on the 6th, our drop dead cutoff to enter into an interlocal agreement is, we think, the 17th. That means we have signatures from all the cities, and we've delivered it to the county. And so realistically, having a meeting earlier than that, the 15th or 16th, is gonna be required as a final meeting by all of the cities to
For
adopt.
sure.
So Thursday, Friday, the 9th or 10th. This could be a digital meeting. It doesn't have to be in person. Or you could just say, no, we don't want to hold one. We want to see what happens Tuesday and Wednesday. But if you're going to deliberate about whether or not to meet, then I think we have to have a meeting. Does that make sense?
We deliberate on other issues sometimes, whether we're gonna hold a special meeting.
Like, I don't
When
know that
we
we've
had
deliberated.
Employee, like when we were trying to retain certain employees, or, you know, the PD, pay increases last year, there were different.
But we
things.
weren't discussing whether or not to hold a meeting. So we sent out an item and said, we need to hold a meeting for this. Are you available for a meeting? Yes or no?
Adam, under the state code, it requires either the mayor can call a special meeting or 2 council members. So we don't have to have a quorum to decide to hold a meeting. The mayor can call a special meeting, or 2 council members can signal that they want a special meeting, so.
Van, you can't do Friday?
I can't do the 9th, Thursday. That would be difficult to even do electronic. I'll be driving.
Well, Mayor, you tell me, do you want to have a meeting set now or wait? If you can call it yourself, I guess that changes things, so.
I mean, while we have people here, it doesn't hurt to check availability. Van, you can't, is Jake still on?
10% maybe?
Jake, you still there?
Yes, I am, sorry.
Connectivity difficulties.
Any thoughts about Friday? I mean, it would have to be daytime.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a day job, but I can make it work. It'll be a Alpine School District week. So, yeah, if we need to have a meeting, I think we can.
Friday the 10th.
There's part of me that just thinks that, not that we're making a mountain out of a molehill, but I just don't know, you know, from what I've been hearing from my other councils, while they're really excited to work with us, I just don't know that the votes are there. But I hate to discount anything, and I hate to discount the collaboration that can happen and say that it couldn't happen, because I think that we're a pretty open-minded group on all 4 cities. And so I don't hate the idea of setting the meeting knowing that we can cancel it.
Steve?
You know, and that would be my opinion, is that's what would happen. But yeah, if we need to have a meeting Friday, I could do that.
Steve just texted me and said he can meet Friday, so he's watching on YouTube. But why don't we just say Friday at noon, tentative? And Mayor, you can make the decision after our Tuesday and Wednesday meetings.
Sure.
We gotta have 24 hours notice, so we'd have to publish it before noon on Thursday morning. And then, is that doable for everybody? No?
You're out, Van.
Cole, you're gone?
I can't do Friday at noon.
When could you do it Friday?
I have meetings that end at 2, so after that. Jake, are you available Friday afternoon?
What about Friday morning?
Yeah, I've got a 2 o'clock, a 2 to 3, and that's all I have that afternoon. So if we did a 3 o'clock, I could, anytime between 3 and 5, I could do it.
Anyone else have a conflict, 3 o'clock, Friday, the 10th?
I think I'm open all day for whatever.
I thought you said you were unable because you're driving.
On Thursday.
Thursday, sorry. I go to bed.
Okay.
Steve says anytime.
Okay.
We'll just tentatively block that out as just
Placeholder.
Friday afternoon between 3 and 5. And it would be fast, I hope, if we needed to meet. So, but it would be an action item.
Fast.
Can be fast. Because the only reason we would need to meet is if we're going to pass an interlocal or not,
Yeah.
which we don't even have a draft of yet.
We're getting to work on that, actually.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We, meaning,
I'm meeting Brian.
Other city
The
attorneys.
attorneys for the city.
Okay, I was like,
reached
who's-
out to the attorney.
who's the we? Yeah.
All right, very good. I think
Okay.
everyone needs, I think we should call a quick 5-minute recess. So everyone can use the restroom, get a drink.
That'd be
Really quick.
great.
It's been going a long time. Let's do 5-minute recess. Are we through with this discussion item? Is everyone feeling good to?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. And thank you for the
We're not
comments.
set.
Thank you for our public comments as well.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
let's do a quick 5-minute recess.
5 minutes?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Hey, if this happens, you need to be there. Put a recorder on it.
Yeah, I only counted 4 times.
He's got a draft. He says if this goes into place, I'll have a draft for you in a couple of days. It's basically he's working on it now. So when I say we, I do that all the time. Yeah, I just had to look that up. I knew there were some rules on who could call meetings. And then getting into the discussion item.
I can't say enough how grateful I am for everything you do. And one of the biggest things that I'm grateful that you've done is
He's here.
I've got court. I'm not sure I'm gonna be there tomorrow. And I'm in St. George on Friday. But I will be on my way back, because we end at noon on Friday. With our attorney's conference. Especially if PG comes in really strong.
No raisins, great. Chocolate chip, just the classic chocolate chip you can do.
I think that'd be so interesting to explore. Just to say, if it's about free, then it won't hurt you at all to enter one for a full lease. And then you can have it. Yes, so then they'd have to pick central or what configuration. But if they came back and said, actually,
Then we would have, what if Lehigh entered, we put on essentially a two-way.
Yes.
Lehigh, and then Lehigh did theirs.
We can have.
They can't have both.
they could have both.
They would have to choose either to commit to just their Lehigh et al.
And if one
or their
city
Lehigh whole
dumped,
thing.
we would all,
The other
you
thing
know.
is that the West is like,
There's
look, I
clearly
want
a
you
way
guys
to
to
do
go
it so it's not
do it for
contiguous.
free. I don't really care because we still are just
Yeah,
the West.
yeah.
They could say
Yeah,
we are
I mean, there are some provisos.
gets to have
The
say.
district has to invite the municipality, and the municipality has to say no, but the timing of that's not clear in the statute. Do you form the
Say
interlocal?
that, and then we just by
Then
default end up with.
issue the invitation to join the district
Just
once
up to
it's
them.
It just
So
doesn't.
that's not the worst case scenario, right? Because it's a two-way split.
This litigation, I mean, this legislation,
But it's not, because they changed the
there's just
law
a
so that it's
thousand
the law
questions.
leading, and then the other ones
This was,
are left.
this was designed to address a problem, not
Oh, yeah, the 36.
a procedure.
I would flow that.
It's still leaves us with a huge district. It still leaves us with a, I think we're still the largest district.
And that is a big district. So I talked to somebody from California. Yeah, I talked to somebody from California who's a superintendent of public schools and said that 20 to 40,000 students is perfect for a school district. You get bigger
For that
than
data,
that.
I've done a search of all the empirical literature. There are 3 studies that show district size having an impact. 2006 in Carolina, Arkansas, and California. And I was like, the standard deviation for the one was 100,000 students. That is not helpful to any of these configurations.
Did I send you the data?
You go back to Lehigh and say, hey, you want to enter in another one with all of them?
No, I don't
So USBE, they did a study
I don't think their
and
answer is
said
gonna
kind
be.
of, okay, so if you're this size, you don't really benefit from economy to scale up until you get to here. And then, so basically up until you get to about, let's see, 20,
Trying to set my question
yeah,
was the number.
25-ish, I think, is where
If you
USBE
approach
says,
other
yeah,
cities
you
and they
can
don't want
pay
to,
more if you're less than that. But once
you
you
don't
get to
just get
25,
to do it
anywhere
interlocal
from 25
because
all
you
the way
want
to
to, they have to want to.
they're like, good job, you get gold star, you made it to economy of scale. There's.
I think one of them 4th grade.
30 to 60.
On the 2 or the 3.
Yes.
So like
I've seen that.
I come from a district in New York where it's 915 million students. Then we went to Webster Groves, 4,000 students.
I remember you guys were
And then
in St. Louis. I
we-
taught in Kirkwood.
Oh, yeah.
And was, again, we were a single city district.
Yeah, I mean, so it's just like, now we're here, and so I'm just like,
Sure if I know where it's at
well,
right
this,
now.
I mean, it's like, come on. But
Yeah.
anyway.
Well,
I would
that's
be
not the
good.
biggest determiner, right?
No,
You
it
were
isn't,
saying-
unfortunately, because there's no way of, anyway. But if you do, I'd love to get it.
But then, but then since you're from outside of Utah, like right now, what we're seeing is like Rocky Mountain lost our music teacher, didn't replace her, whereas Snyder was our art teacher, they're not gonna replace her. So like the programs with back east are like part of the curriculum, like art and music, all of those things. They're just built into the curriculum. They are not. So that's what we're seeing over here is they're much better in our schools and they're just slow pulling. And then it's the kids whose families leave, because then we lost members, but you guys have seen it, I think at Lindon, we've seen it at Rocky Mountain. But the kids who are leaving, it's not really dying or moving out of the state, they're just going to schools or private or whatever, and that's only gonna increase.
There was Molly. No, it was.
Oh, this one is open?
Yeah.
You tell me.
And peanut butter?
Peanut butter, chocolate chips, and circles. You're gonna really see.
The mat's not over yet.
I need to start bringing out our cutter and then we can just cut them into.
Well.
Okay.
All right, Cole. Calling you back in here.
I think you're a 3 for sure.
That's what I would say she is.
With the
Leaning.
information you have now, doesn't mean you're not open more.
I'm leaning, but I'm not gonna go down on my flag on it. Yeah. Like go down my sword. Thank you. Do we have Cole back there?
What names did we discuss last time? I'm jumping ahead.
I thought we picked a name that was at the top of the list.
Actually, we have a different proposal.
And I looked at the minutes, but I didn't see those.
And Randy sent an email to all of us?
Yeah.
I did not see it. Somehow
7
I-
a.m. this morning.
So, yeah. Okay, we'll discuss it in just a minute since Cole's back in here.
He did not use his time wisely.
We're waiting just to have a quorum. Did Brian have to
He's
leave?
speaking sarcasm. He's fluent at it.
Yep, nothing from her. Maybe she meant to
Did you get it
exclude.
from me? I forwarded the ASD thing to you.
That was the one that started, you did in this meeting.
I did this meeting. Did you get that?
Yes, that has come.
Okay. All right, we will now reconvene our council meeting. All right, we're on to item number 14, which is also a discussion item regarding our 2024 Grand Marshal and Tree Board appointments. So we have Adam presenting some thoughts here. Is it all right if I mention what we discussed regarding Grand Marshal for a moment, or do you have something officially? All right, so we're looking at that list. So with this being a centennial year, quite significant. I know last time we talked briefly about who would best represent such a significant event. And a thought came to mind, what if we had, in past years, we've had more than, you can see sometimes it's a couple that represents, but sometimes, for example, 2004, we had 6. We honored individuals who had served in the armed forces. And so sometimes we've had multiples. And I would like to propose that we invite our four living mayors to be our grand marshals for 2024. And I've spoken with Mayor Acerson, and he was thrilled with the idea.
I think it's great.
I think that sounds
I
great.
mentioned this to you, you're not surprised, right? Okay, sorry. I didn't want to throw,
I think that's a great idea.
Can I say end of discussion?
Yeah.
Jake, you okay with that? Four living mayors? Okay.
That's a brilliant idea.
okay.
So be it. Do you want to
Let's
reach
do
out
it.
to all of them?
I would
and
be
make
happy
sure?
to, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Is this an interlocal agreement that all of them have to agree or it blows up?
What happens if one of them says no?
Still have who can ever do it.
Cardboard
I would love-
cutout.
I just think our living mayors are so significant, such significant contributors to the community, as former leaders and shapers of our community where we are, and I think they're just the most appropriate ones to ask.
You're not convincing us.
Jeff is already a yes, and if we get his wife on board, you know it's going to be awesome. So. Karen's a powerhouse. So that was the other question, was maybe invite them with their spouses.
Totally.
So it'd be,
100%.
you good with
I'd like
that?
to make a motion, oh wait.
Then they can have a party. Are you kidding me?
That's a great idea.
Great, so
Tree board?
takes care of that item. And then the tree board appointments, we have some, would love to fill some people there.
They don't have to be tree experts. We just need some
That's right.
people that are good volunteers. So any thoughts, ideas? We don't have a list.
Who's there now?
I don't know the
Brandt,
answer to that. I'm sorry.
George,
Rowan,
Rowan, is it Nessa? Nira?
Jennifer
Did
Brown
Sarah
still
already
serving.
go off,
Pardon?
or was she ever on it?
I don't know that. Sorry, I should have had that list.
Who has vacated recently that you feel you need to, are you just trying to make more the merrier, or have some
Well,
people stepped
Heath
away?
had asked, because I think they had some attrition, and I think they were experiencing the same thing the Historic Commission was, where a few wouldn't be there, and pretty soon it was like,
Staff kind of
Yes.
having an internal.
Well, Dave Lawson on 900 East, former high school teacher and horticulturist.
Oh.
He'd be great.
What
Great
was
to have
that
him.
name?
Hey,
Dave.
sorry to bug you. Can you tell us really quick who's
awesome.
on our tree board?
George Rowan, Terry Kauser, Mark Brandt, and Nessa Myers.
Just four?
Just 4 is on there now, yeah.
And then you and Cole and Wade, is there anybody else that comes from staff?
No, well, sometimes Jake or, we'll invite Kenny once in a while,
Okay.
but it's really that's, and then Tracy Stone said she had a perspective lady she's been talking to and sent me a phone number today
Okay.
of somebody perspective.
Okay.
Is that someone who asked about it from seeing the social media posts?
Did you hear that. The mayor asked if that was somebody that asked about it from seeing social media posts.
No, Tracy said that she proposed it to this lady who wants to be a little bit more involved with the city. I get the impression that she's either her child is on the youth council now because she was sitting right next to Tracy in council meeting tonight. And Tracy said, I got this gal, she wants to be involved. I do not know anything else about her.
Okay, so we have a possible name there. Lincoln threw out another name. Did anybody write that down? I didn't catch it.
Lincoln, would you want to chat with him?
Yeah.
Anyone else have a
Any
neighbor?
other thoughts? Heath, anybody from the community that you've thought of?
I haven't. I've asked George and those guys to see if they know of anybody, and I've had no response. I put it in the newsletter, didn't get any response. So
It's one of those things I think people need to be tapped on the shoulder.
Any garden enthusiasts, master gardeners, people like that in your neighborhoods or
People
wards?
who won the beautification yard award.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I wonder if we look at that list and tap into them.
I tried to find that list, and I don't know if it exists.
I don't know if we have a list. We'd have to just go look at old.
Mike Judson
We've
is
posted
a
it.
big-time
I know,
gardener.
because I would, the historic commission was in the historic commission,
Mike
but they don't have the
These
list.
people you'd like
And
me
it's
to
been
talk
moved to
and
tree
then
board.
talk to you, or-
That would be
But they don't
great.
know.
See if they're interested. And how often? Give us a rundown on the tree board, Heath, really quick. How often do they meet? What kind of things are they involved in?
we meet quarterly. They do we do review some of the plans that Mike comes with, subdivisions and trees. That we meet for about an hour. They are in charge of developing Arbor Day, the Arbor Day celebration, and they help us with tree planting and other ideas.
So it's not a huge time commitment.
No, it's not. It's 4 hours and then Arbor Day, a couple hours, and then they have helped us with some other things at Lindon Days and stuff. So it's not much of a time commitment.
Okay.
When there's a big service project, they've participated in those, to beautify a park, plantings and
So
things.
Lincoln's got a couple names. We'll check with Tracy on a name.
They're also the yard of that give out the awards, so they're gonna be doing,
Oh, that's true.
nominating different, so right now they have it organized where,
Beautification award,
Yes.
yeah.
Yard beautification, yard of the month kind of awards.
Yes,
Then Heath,
so
is
they're-
that-
Yeah, that's included as well. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, you guys can give that some more thought.
All right, get
We'll
that
look into
percolating
those
and
three
start having
people.
some conversations.
Yeah, and I can call that lady, or I can send the mayor that lady's name and that Tracy gave me.
Okay, thanks, Heath.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'd welcome the council also.
if I have any other name.
People and getting some, okay. All right, are we good then on item 14 to move forward?
Yeah.
Okay. Whew, last one for the night. This is item number 15 on the agenda. This is also an discussion item, no action to be taken regarding 200 North State traffic study of a potential signal or median there.
This is just continuing this discussion item from our last meeting of whether or not we want to pursue with UDOT a traffic signal here at 200 North State. I just kind of pulled out some highlights from their study. They had two primary options. One was a median and the other being an actual signal or just leave as is. And the median option, certainly cheaper. It does restrict some traffic movements. So if you look at this map, if the median were to be installed, you could make a right out, but couldn't make a left out of the 200 North intersections. It is interesting, so I go this way often. I come down the hill from the city center and make a left here to go down to Public Works. Often there are people waiting on 200 North to get on, and I saw just the other day 3 cars in a row. There was 2 or 3 cars waiting here in the median to make a left-hand turn. 2 or 3 cars went up here the wrong direction and then merged in. So they drove, and I've seen that multiple times. My opinion, this median would increase the frequency of people doing that.
To work around it.
Yep.
And the other option was a signal.
The other option is a signal. So interestingly, their study shows that a traffic signal actually increases the number of potential crashes at the site. But that is typical because you have a higher likelihood then of people that run red lights.
Or unprotected left turn.
Yeah, or something of that nature. They pull in front of somebody that has a green. Yeah. And so
Is UDOT pushing for something to be done here, and the cost is to UDOT, or the cost is to us?
the cost that the city would bear is minimal. I don't have a dollar figure, but what the city is responsible for, if you can see if the traffic signal option is purchased, there's a purple line right there. There's a small amount of right-of-way there, small amount of right-of-way on this side, which we already own, and then down on this
Show
corner.
the cursor again, I wasn't picking it up just yet.
So on the left side, this is so minimal, I think that we could just shift everything to the right. So they're showing purple being right-of-way that needs to be acquired. So right there, are you seeing that, Van?
The light is kind of shining on the screen.
Just next to the, what is that place? The Beans and Brews. And then over here by this
Does that go the
building.
whole length of that property then?
It does, but it's so, honestly, I mean, from the air photo, it's inches. And so that's where, I don't know why we couldn't just shift it to the right more.
No, it would be terrible to tear up that. That was just.
Yeah, it's brand new. So really, in my opinion, the biggest right-of-way acquisition, which looks like it's maybe a couple of feet, is this, what is this? This is gonna be the southwest corner. So between the air photo, between the current curb and gutter and that purple line. So there's a little finger sliver of right-of-way that we would have to acquire there. So the cities, the way this goes, cities are responsible to acquire right-of-way acquisition on any side streets. And then the signal itself and installation and operation and maintenance is all by the state. So our capital outlay on this is really minimal, in my opinion. On the other option with the median, there's no right-of-way needed.
So there's not a vote, this is just a discussion. Who's
driving this?
eliciting this discussion?
What's his name? Senator
Kennedy?
Oh, he works in that.
He
right?
works in Tri-City Medical Office Building over there. He approached the city a number of years ago and was upset that there's often, it's hard to make a left-hand movement out of these intersections. And so he said, hey, I have patients that are waiting, or they have near misses, or have had a handful of crashes. And so he asked if the city would approve a signal there. UDOT had told us for years that they would not approve a traffic signal at this location because it's too close to 400 North. And so Senator Kennedy took that information, approached UDOT and said, what's up, UDOT? And next thing we know, we got approached by UDOT a few months later, and they said, we think we can approve a signal here.
So then UDOT has done this study where it shows that you're gonna have fewer accidents with this solution,
Yeah.
the median.
Their study says this is their preferred alternative, but if the city wants a traffic signal, they will go that route. And so they're saying this is their preferred alternative for a number of reasons. It's statistically, it's safer, shows fewer likelihood of severe accidents with this, and it's cheaper.
So
What are the warrants that say something has to happen? What is the safety factor of doing nothing compared to, okay, so the traffic light's the worst, the median is better than the traffic light. Where is doing nothing, leaving it as it is, where is it in the? And I gotta tell you, some of the charts here,
Very confusing.
yeah, I just was not smart enough to figure out what they meant.
But there was the one that shows the crashes exceed their crash threshold.
The benefit ratio, the seven, that was just, I needed more information.
Background, study area, identified concerns. I don't know if they even talk about the warrant on this, Van, to be honest.
One of the things I think that's really important to take into consideration is that the Premier Family Medical Building, they have an event center in that building, and then next, hop, skip, and a jump further in this same little area is at the Orion Event Center. So they have potentially points in time where there's large numbers of traffic. And then in our city center park, we have events there that bring in hundreds of people at different times throughout the year. And now that Swig, Beans and Brew, Hot Works, Tag and Go, there's a lot more traffic on that quadrant now as well. My leaning personally is, the median is going to create a lot of frustration for people trying to access those businesses or those events and activities. Because they're going to just have to go to the next light somewhere, or they'll go to I can imagine people who really wanted to turn south out of the event centers and the medical facility will just make a right, and then they're going to try to flip a U-turn as soon as they can.
Yes.
Maybe at the city center driveway or something awkward like that. Need to flip a U at the next light or whatever. So I think the businesses would appreciate, better access that a light would accommodate.
Yeah.
And a lot of people coming would get throughput maybe a little better.
This is, I know this is almost laughable, but BRT, does it show that would be totally blocked off? I know in like Provo, some of the BRT, it just full stop blocks certain of roads from being passable, so they would be forced to turn. Do we know?
This is not addressed in there.
Okay.
BRT is not addressed. Good question.
Talking with Chief Brower, he would lean towards the traffic signal, even though there's this issue of more severe accidents.
So it's severe as yeah.
I think it's an improvement upon nothing, because right now
I
people are
agree
like
with
trying
that.
to shoot the gamut before the cars are zooming by.
I drive this every day.
Yeah.
I
Me
go
too.
through that intersection every day, all the way across. Because I don't want to wait at the light. I turn off of that road to come over there because it is quicker to go through than to wait for a light 85% of the time.
So just to clarify, you go through it every day, meaning coming from the east side.
Going west, I don't do that. I know to not try to do it to going east.
Right,
would only do it
but
going
from the
west.
east side, you come there instead of 400 north to avoid the light, and then go up that way.
Down and around and over.
So if we
But
put
on
a
the way
median
home, I
there-
just wouldn't even go through there.
If we put a median there, you're gonna go the wrong way for a lot longer and then jump into the middle.
There'll be
So
one
your
of
point
those.
about,
Described there is not my course of traffic, so I've never done that, but,
Have you seen people do that, though?
no, I have not.
Oh, really?
Maybe,
Maybe it's because I'm waiting to make a left and they're sitting there and I see them. Have you seen it?
I can vouch for
maybe
you,
a little,
Adam.
but not far.
so when you say you do it every single day, okay, so therefore you don't like the light idea, you do like the light idea, you do it every day, and what does that mean?
I do that to avoid the light, so I prefer no light.
And a median, or nothing?
No median. I
Just
prefer
no
leaving it as it
No
is.
light.
Yeah.
What's everybody else say? Jake, you have an opinion?
I always have an opinion, and I usually always go first.
Yeah, this is a hard one. I almost, in this scenario, feel like the safest thing is to leave it as is. I understand the reason Senator Kinney wants it there. I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. I almost would prefer to leave it as is, personally.
If
but,
400 North came through, we wouldn't be having this discussion, I don't think at all.
If 400 north came through where the Bible church is and connected, I agree, right? There's a lot of places
That
up
could be
in
80
Orem.
years still.
There's a lot of places in Orem that have this similar thing, and I just go the back roads until I come to a light, and then I come onto State Street. So yeah, 400 north through there, we wouldn't be having the conversation.
So we did adopt this signal this intersection as having a potential signal in our street master plan as part of our general plan update.
Anybody else still share their opinions? We've had me and Jake.
Didn't I just share mine?
I missed it. What would you want?
I think it increases safety from what it is now to having a light increases the safety from people trying to shoot through the fast traffic and especially when there's people trying to get across either way. I think a light is, like Chief Brower feels that's more safe than as is. But
Oh, you said Chief
I don't
Brower.
have a vote, so unless you're
So
gonna
what
make me
did you
break a
say?
tie.
This is a UDOT thing. We can
UDOT's
discuss
looking
it,
for
but
us
if
to
UDOT
sig-
decides to
If
put
this
in-
is up to UDOT, they will put in the median. So they've asked us, does your council prefer the signal? And if so, we'll do the signal.
So they'll act. Doing nothing is not on the table anymore, so
I
it's
don't think
median or
so.
light.
We could guide median,
too.
yeah. Give a preference. I think the median is gonna create consternation for people that are trying to get to those businesses, to events, et cetera.
I would do nothing. If UDOT is going to do something because they're getting push from certain entities or entity, then a light.
What would you do between median and light?
Oh, the light.
Light. I would lean towards the light because I feel like all the other traffic movement measures, like the Walmart, whatever that's called, looks like a trapezoid. It's meant to keep people going right. People, semi-trucks, just figure it out. You know, it's like no one.
I've done it.
Well, of course, we all. I mean, those are just meant to, but I feel like people find a way. Whereas lights, you're like, are you willing to run a red light?
Get a citation.
Yeah, it's like, and so it ups the ante for those who are more inclined to. So I would probably lean light if it was between those two. Then
Okay, so if you had to choose between median and light, all four of you guys are light. Jake, if you had to choose between median and a light,
Yeah, I agree. I would say light
Okay.
out of the two.
we'll confirm with UDOT that that is the choice, because that's our impression, is they're saying median or light. And
But
they're-
leaving it would be nice.
Okay.
But if
We'll
UDOT's
ask if
going
that's
to
an
do
option.
something,
Okay.
What would be on the, I know UDOT has a very long list for funding and priority. I mean,
This
this
is
something that-
unique because they were telling us like within the next year
Oh,
and a half.
really? This wouldn't just be on the
Well,
list?
I will be honest, I have seen UDOT react this way when state legislators are involved. And so that's who funds them.
Because it would be really interesting if we got
It's-
the full 400 North thing going, what that could change.
Yeah.
But
This wouldn't be too dissimilar from the light at Walmart up to 700 North. It's a similar distance,
okay,
so.
that's interesting.
Okay, thanks, that's all I needed.
Motion to adjourn.
woo-hoo.
a second.
Motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. All in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Do we say aye or do we say woo-hoo?
Woo-hoo.
Is on your phone. How much battery?
Yeah, I had to start charging it at one point, but appreciate you all. Great meeting. Sorry couldn't be there in person.
Enjoy your
Thanks.
time.
We'll see you later.
Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow.